Alright, welcome back guys to another AC Black Flag stream.
Tight, yeah!
Today with the second session.
Almost 2 years subbed. Almost 15 years friends. Time goes by quicker than I thought. Love you bro. Keep it up. Less than 3.
Less than 3. Danny dude, thank you so much for the 22 months of resubbing. That's awesome. And thank you also for the 15 years of friendship, dude, as well. Glad to have you in my life, dude. And yeah, thank you for, you know, being you and being awesome. Hope you have a great day so far, dude. And also, hey, Cider, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope all is well with you. Yeah, we are back today with AC Black Flag. We started a couple days ago when we played and finished Chronicle China. So didn't actually play too much yet of Black Flag. We're still in the first sequence of a prologue. But yeah, today we're really gonna do like an in-depth dive into the story and you know, unlocking the ship and all that. Yeah, I think we're just gonna start off by doing some viewpoints here. I'm gonna skip on the assassin contracts for now because we haven't really been introduced to them yet. We don't know of the assassin brotherhood either. But what makes sense that we know of the brotherhood and our code's kind of like a line. We're gonna start doing them. Having a great day so far, thank you for asking. You managed to fix some problems at work you're having for a while now. How about you? Oh, that's great, Danny. Glad you resolved some of the issues that you were having at work. But yeah, I'm doing really good. Definitely can't complain. Currently having a bit more free time, so that's great. But yeah, it's still going very good. Super excited for some Black Flag actually. Been a while since I last played it. Oh yeah, dude, I feel like I haven't slept properly in like a week or so. One reason is that we had like, or we have currently construction done in like a nearby apartment, and they start like drilling 7 in the morning. But then with the wind also happening in the storm, dude, it was like, you know, also on the weekend as well. So, yeah. We're definitely a bit tricky this past week. And hey Levy, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, the wind and the trees kind of like smash against my balcony all the time, and it's already, you know, quite a bit loud, only with like a bit of wind. But with the storm we had, it was just like insane. Woke up like every few hours or so. But that's been fortunately a bit more chill again. At least last night. Pufferbar. With that, that you had to work on Saturday morning because you had your voltage check for your servers, so you haven't had much sleep for a while now as well. Like you went to the gym this morning, so you're feeling at least a bit energetic. That's great. Yeah, that can definitely help. I reckon feeling a little bit better. Why did I get 100 reales here? I have no idea. It's another manuscript here. Never mind, wrong button. The Voynich manuscript. Second of 4 extant pages of the mysterious Voynich manuscript, stolen from Peter Beckford's collection at some point after 1705. Significance unclear. That's kind of interesting because the Voynich manuscript is actually still kind of mysterious. Like, people still don't know what it is about exactly. And yeah, it's going pretty good, Danny. You're having a bit more spare time because we currently have the kind of like semester break until late March. So yeah, having no classes right now. But yeah, it's been going pretty good, actually. So we also have some new people entries, I think. Let's have a look at unread here. We have Woods Rogers, which is one of the Templars we have met last time. Woods Rogers was born into money to a seafaring family with deep roots in both Poole and Bristol, England. His early life was a picture of industriousness and ambition, and by the age of 18 he was an apprentice mariner. Upon his father's death at sea in 1706, Woods inherited his family's prosperous shipping company, which he took to managing with great passion. Between 1704 and 1707, Rogers' fortune and family grew, and by the time he was 27, his marriage to Sarah Whetstone had produced 1 son and 2 daughters. By the end of 1707, however, his business had suffered great losses by raiding French forces, giving Rogers the idea to recoup these dreadful losses himself. Talking about Bristol in search of a partner for this endeavor, he soon found himself in the company of William Dampier, an old friend and unlucky captain who suggested setting out on a privateering expedition, one that would range far and wide above the New World. In 1708, Rogers made the necessary arrangements and set out as the captain of his own vessel on a difficult voyage that would last over 3 years. Along his course, Rogers met with many successes and failures. In 1709, off the western coast of South America, he found and rescued a marooned sailor by the name of Alexander Selkirk, a sailor who had spent nearly 4 years living in isolation and who would serve as the inspiration for the book Robinson Crusoe just a few years later. Soon after Selkirk's recovery, Rogers' fleet engaged in an enemy vessel in open combat, a skirmish that earned him a pistol shot to the left side of his face and a mangled heel. Neither wound was enough to remove him from command, however, and he continued serving as a captain until his return to England in late 1711. To commemorate his return, he had an operation to remove the offending bullet from his upper palate. This guy is incredible. Can we make an entire film about him? Yeah, no thank you. Now in poor health but high spirits, Woods set about writing his memoirs. Upon their publication a few years, they were an immediate success and proved a great source of income. But this brief glory was offset by the sudden death of his son, a tragedy compounded some months later by his wife's decision to leave him. Also this time, Rogers was sued by former shipmates for allegedly hoarding goods and money plundered from enemy vessels. Rogers assembled a defense, but lost the case. Oops. Okay, never mind, I accidentally changed the category here. Let's see. In 1713, itching to return to sea, he organized a passage to Madagascar claiming to be a merchant in the slave trade, but with the intended purpose of reconnoitering the rumored pirate colonies established there. When he arrived in Madagascar after months of hard sailing, he found that the legends of the pirate town Libertalia had been exaggerated 100-fold. The pirates in Madagascar were sickly and few and desperate for help. After spending just a few months here, Rogers set sail for England, a failure in his own mind. Yet he had never wanted to give up hope. Woodes Rogers reorientated his intentions to the West Indies, eventually lobbying King George for a commission to hunt pirates in the Caribbean. On this score, he succeeded. After a few diligent years of making his case, King George appointed Woodes Rogers as the governor of the Bahamas. Now at last he would make his mark and bring justice to a land where chaos had taken root. These character entries are actually quite in depth, much more in depth than any before in the AC games. Julien Ducasse. Nephew of the buccaneer John Ducasse, Julien was born in Montpellier, France. He took after his uncle's example and took to sea at a young age, eventually joining him in a few skirmishes during the War for Spanish Succession. Fighting on the side of the French and by proxy on behalf of King Philip of Spain, Ducasse's skill as a gunner improved rapidly, even as he grew widely disillusionized with the monarchy and his obsession with lineage and breeding over raw talent and skill. In 1704, ordered by his superior officers to join his uncle and hundreds of French troops in what would become known as the Battle of Valles Malaga, Ducasse opted instead to desert his post and seek his fortunes in the New World. At first he flew in with the slave traders in Africa, and for a year he made the most modest profit of their venture. But he was never comfortable with the cruelty and detachment the job required, and so departed for the West Indies in search of yet another vocation. For the next 10 years, Ducasse roamed the West Indies as a hired gun, working for whomever had the coin and confidence to pay him. Ever prizing the value of intelligence and skill over mere reputation and breeding, Ducasse eventually found his way into the company of Laureano Torres of Cuba, in whom he found a friend and confidant. And Torres, of course, is the Grand Master of the Templar Order in the colonies, at least the Caribbean. The Spanish Empire. Already a global power, the Spanish defeated powerful adversaries such as the Aztecs and the Incas in the Americas by exploiting existing conflicts and rivalries between tribes and nations between the 50th and 80th centuries. Note, and also by accidentally spreading disease, it wasn't all strategy. That's true actually. Acquisitive and protective of a supply of precious metals, its new colonies afforded it. The Spanish Empire enthusiastically participated in the Atlantic slave trade and defended its trade routes aggressively. In 1701, Spain became embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession. At once international and civil, it ended with a series of treaties in 1713 and 14 that saw King Philip V remain in power, but lose his line to the French throne. Note, let's face it, he wasn't really using that thing anyway. Moreover, Philip kept his title of overseas emperor, but relinquished much of his empire to the British, who were granted the exclusive right to slave trading in Spanish America for 30 years. The century was nevertheless one of a prosperity for the Spanish Empire, as their trade reputation grew steadily under Bourbon oversight, and continued to grow at an extraordinary rate until the 1780s. Note, gosh, I'm so glad they recovered that from the slave trading loss. Philip V, what a trooper. Stede Bonnet, also called the Gentleman Pirate. Born into plenitude and wealth in Barbados, Stede Bonnet seemed destined for a life of pleasure and ease. The son of a successful and influential plantation owner, his early life was marked by tragedy when his parents died suddenly, leaving 7-year-old Stede orphaned and in a perpetual state of melancholy. His inheritance of some 400 acres of land softened the blow caused by the loss of his parents, and by the time Stede was in his late teens, he had already restored the sugar plantation to a profitable state. He married young and set about starting a family as soon as possible, but owing to what some called a disorder of the mind, he never found solace or comfort in these domestic trappings. To further complicate his unease, his firstborn son died in infancy, further amplifying his grief and stirring his restlessness. As a means of coping, he dreamed of going to sea and sailing above the world, meeting people, living life as men free of the obligations thrust upon him. This sounds like an inspiring story. Would he make a good hero character or villain? No, trust me. Melanie doesn't agree with Olivier there. Hey there, I'm in the bear suit. Welcome into it. Indeed, we're back to it. Still super early into it in sequence 1. But yeah, super excited to get back into it. The British Empire. The course of the 18th century saw the British Empire become the world's leading colonial power, with France and Spain as its primary rivals. After siding with the Netherlands and the Holy Roman Empire in the War of the Spanish Succession, the British Empire expanded, gaining territories from both Spain and France, and taking over control of the Atlantic slave trade in Spanish America. Okay, and we have Laureano Torres y Ayala. Born in Havana but raised in Madrid, Spain, Laureano was of noble stock, the son of Tomás Torres y Ayala and Evita de Cuatros Castellanos. He joined the Spanish army in his late teens and was later appointed as the governor of Spain's territories in Florida, a post he held from 1693 to 1699. He then returned to Europe to participate in the Spanish War of Succession. In 1708, he was appointed as the governor of Cuba, a post he held for 3 years until he was accused of and arrested for corruption. He was acquitted of these charges, however, and managed to win a re-election bid in 1713. During his time in Cuba, he made many lasting improvements for the city, fortifying the island's defenses and kick-started the production of tobacco there. He remained governor until 1716, after which point he retired and devoted his life to charitable functions, such as building hospitals. Note: hard guy to hate with all of his charitable outlets, hard guy to like for the same reason. Dao, Dao, Dao. Let's dig a little deeper on this guy. Maybe he has a secret fetish or mania. Oh yeah, same here, I'm in the bear suit. I think Steed is just such an interesting character as well, and so contrary to most of the others. It's kind of like refreshing and definitely funny as well. But also love his backstory in the database here. Like how he's kind of like definitely suffering from depression, I think. And that's kind of why he's being drawn to this kind of like life. But then again, he's also not ruthless or cruel. So I guess that's why he becomes the gentleman pirate. Because he just wants to live free, but he doesn't want to live brutal. Oh yeah, the tailing mission. It's so funny. That whole intro with him is just good. Also like how Edward is like taking his money to buy a sword, then Steed only has money left for a dagger. We could also read the fauna database entries about like the animals we can see, because Black Flag has like a huge variety of animals to find. Turtles. The Caribbean basin provides an excellent climate for both land and sea turtles. Turtles are reptiles with a hard protective upper shell called a carapace. All turtles breathe air and lay eggs on land. And the wild pig or boar is a large cousin of the domesticated pig covered by hairy bristles. They were introduced by Europeans to the Caribbean basin. Columbus himself brought 8 pigs with him from Spain. Wild pigs flourished in the island environment and were hunted by sailors and pirates to provide salted pork on the voyages. Why is our art collection already so big? Maybe this is from the fleet or something, because that actually saves. I think that's it. It would save him and then kind of screwed him over at the tavern. Yeah, he didn't wanna stick around for too long there. I mean, you can't blame Edward, I guess, for saving his own ass in that situation, but yeah, it's definitely a bit mean in regards to Steed, to say the least. Jesus, look at the amount of ships this guy has sunk. What the heck? 59 million ships? Wonder if that's actually like cheated or something. $34 million assassinations as well. The Sunbeam guy is something else. Must be hacker. Yeah, I think there's definitely a few. They're kind of like messing with his statistics.
Caramba, han pasado muchos meses desde la última vez.
Aquí no se te ha perdido nada.
Okay, we should have one more viewpoint somewhere. Let's see. Okay, one to the north. Fair enough. So yeah, so in this playthrough we're gonna skip most of the collectibles. Not gonna be going for like a completionist type of run. We're gonna do all the missions though. Like everything that's kind of like a mission and with any story relevance we'll kind of be doing. However, the Assassin Codex we won't be doing until we actually get introduced to the Brotherhood. Or know of the Assassins, I guess. So I'm gonna wait with those. We could go for another shanty though, because I definitely want to get all the shanties. That's for sure. Even though this game doesn't have all the technical settings offer you very good frame rate, it still looks beautiful for last gen launch title. Yeah, definitely, dude. This game looks amazing. Like really nice the way they created the setting. But yeah, definitely, it's kind of like poorly optimized, unfortunately. Like you can easily run into frame rate issues, and it being kept at 60 is also, I don't know, a bit odd.
mucho más limpia que esas rameras inglesas, te lo aseguro.
First we got the viewpoint just before recruiting bonnet after the shipwreck. You remember being blown away by the colors of the tropics? Yeah, dude, it's so nice, like, you know, how vibrant the world is. Especially if it came from like AC3, you know, which was much cooler in its like color palette and also environment. When you get like to the lush, colorful Caribbean in Black Flag. Just so beautiful. And hey Rod, welcome in Sandy. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. And welcome in Raiders. I hope you had a great stream today. And the rest of it as well, with Venture. How's it going, everybody? Welcome in Sodi. Hey Lucinda. Hey Mola, welcome in. Hope you all have a great day so far. You did, thanks, dude. There was a typo in the journal entry for completing Gwent. It had Gwent? Really? I've never seen that before. That's awesome, dude. That's funny. Like, how could they, you know, write that wrong? Is it called the Quencher? Oh, it's called the Quencher. Yes, got a good style one. So now you just have 4 cards Novigrad and 1 in Kermorhen. You thought so too? Yeah. Oh, that's really good progress, dude. Almost done with all of the cards. So yeah, it's gonna be great once, you know, you have like the full collection. That is of course until you play Blood and Wine. Because Blood and Wine actually introduces a new faction of cards. But yeah, it's pretty easy and fast getting all the cards of that faction in the DLC. Not quite the big endeavor like in the main game. But yeah, welcome in everybody again. We're currently playing some AC Black Flag. Still super early in the game, currently in sequence 1, the prologue still. But yeah, just taking our time, exploring a bit of Havana. The plan for this playthrough is to kind of like go for all the quests and anything of like story importance. So also reading all the database entries for people and yeah, kind of like to the collectibles that have like story relevance as well.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Hey there, Seraph. Welcome in. That's a voice, Rod. Who voiced it all? Ogwen cards the Maria. That's true, yeah. The faction is also really nice that you get in Blood and Wine. I think you might enjoy it. Okay, so there's actually one thing you can do in this tavern, and that is drink until you pass out. Which makes you wake up in a haystack, I think. And what's interesting about that is you get an achievement for doing that. Like wake up in a haystack after you passed out or something. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. That's it. And yeah, there we go. Edward is a bit drunk now. Bit hungover, you could say.
Tú! Acabaré contigo enseguida. ¡No te escaparás!
Dios nos bendice con tal forraje, que debemos venerarlo adecuadamente en agradecimiento. Quiero una cosa.
And yeah, no voice rot. Take your time, dude. Happy More Day. Indeed, Mola. Happy AC Day to you. Today you're gonna attempt to finish AC1, is that right? Nice. Have a design for a ship there. Nice. It's over shanties.
¡Vuelve aquí ya! Me rindo. No veo nada.
Murder Monday in AC1. You're going to give it a go, yes? Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely try to be there as long as I can. It's usually already pretty late when you go live with AC, but probably gonna be awake for a bit longer anyways, so hopefully I get to catch most of it. Can't wait to get stuff in next chapter with 2 as well. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be really good, like as a change up as well, like setting wise, but also, you know, adds you as a character. Gameplay and kind of like your gameplay motivation also changes quite a bit. So 2 is like a very refreshing experience after the first game. But first, it's great to kind of like ground you in the, you know, creed and kind of like what are the Assassins and Templars about. Kind of like opening the stage right for all the games to come. So one is super important in that regard, but 2 is usually the game that people really fall in love with a series. At least in my experience. Like midnight my time then. I think about midnight. You have to remap your controller again with 2. You do actually. However, there's a fix for AC2. I can hold up, let me actually look it up for you real quick because I know where to find it easy. But yeah, that's basically like a fix you can just drag into your folder, and that will kind of like fix all the issues. Let me see. Controller support. So that's a really good site in general to kind of like fix PC games that are a bit older. Die haben eine section weiter marked. You can basically just download the fix and drag it into your folder. It also goes into like explaining how it works and stuff. But yeah, that site is really good to resolve like any kind of issues with any of the AC games and older PC games in general. It's a really great site actually. And yeah, no worries, dude. I knew where to find it, so all good. And that kind of depends on your controller, I guess. If you have an Xbox One controller, you definitely have to get the fix. If you still have the 360 controller or something, then you don't need to remap anything. Oh yeah, Rod, for sure. Like every time I play like an older PC game, I basically go on that site first. But even for current PC games, like it still has like fixes. Like also for Valhalla, for instance. There's like an entire article about it. Yeah, exactly. I'm in Bassett for 1, 2 and Brotherhood, I think. I think Revelations is the first game that doesn't need a controller fix anymore.
Good morning, Duncan.
Debe de haberse escapado de algo.
Good morning, Duncan. But yeah, that's right. Edward is kind of like pretending to be an assassin called Duncan Warpole.
Take my sugar. Take anything you like.
But Steve Bonnet, who wants to have his sugar, is gonna risk his disguise with his mission as well, I think. It's so funny how Edward does the reverse psychology, you know, telling him like, I gave Steve a fake name. Told him my actual name is Edward Kenway, even though I'm Duncan Warpole. Edward hears it in his head from time to time. Yeah. I wonder why. Reading it now, you tried it with your Xbox One controller and you thought it was working okay, but maybe you're just not that observant. Yeah, I mean, you can still do a lot of the stuff with how it's being mapped.
Odin is with us.
Like by default, having an Xbox One controller. But it might not be the actual, you know, buttons that the game is supposed to run on. Love that he can think quickly and on his feet. Yeah. It's great how he's kind of like very spontaneous, I guess, in his nature. So hey there, Jose Santana. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Alright, let's start with sequence 2. The men they call the Sage.
Good morning, Duncan. Just over here. Edward? Hello, Edward. I found a man to purchase my remaining sugar. Huh? Quite a coup, I must say. He just called you Edward.
Oh, that's the merchant who sailed me here. Out of caution, I gave him a false name.
Ah, well done.
We'll catch up on it later.
Very punctual, Duncan. This way. Here he is.
A man both Templars and Assassins have sought for over a decade. I am told your surname is Roberts. Is this so? You recognize this, I think.
According to old tales, the blood of a sage is required to enter the observatory.
We have the key. Now we need only its location. Perhaps Mr. Roberts will be eager to provide it. Transfer him to my residence.
Such a fuss over one man. Is the observatory really such a grand prize?
Sí, sin duda. The observatory was a tool built by the precursor race. Its worth is without measure.
Precursor race. I see.
One of your early letters mentioned a desire to kill the Mayan mentor, Atabay. Were you able to carry out this contract before coming here?
I was not, no. Too many complications along the way.
A pity. But the maps you delivered with the blood vial will see that job finished.
Aye. That's the idea.
I don't like this route, Torres. You're exposed. Something is wrong. Stay close, Grandmaster.
Auf, I can see auch wie Assassins in the background.
Get their hands on the sage, at whatever cost.
Taking out the rooftop guards.
Assassins!
Yeah, right, it's so funny. Airport has no idea what they're even talking about here.
Protect the sage!
Okay, dude. Should just let them kill Taurus here, to be honest. Let them take care of the Grandmaster.
Stop him!
But first one we have to take over the Sage from above.
I'll give you that.
Hang back and make this easy on both of us, mate!
Well done, lapdog.
Quiet. We'll see him to the prisons, Grandmaster.
Double the watch.
Well, I'll be buggered. What an active day we've had, gents.
See, beset on all sides by our enemies. We must be more cautious.
I do wish I could remain to see our drama done, but I must avail myself of these winds and sail for England.
By all means, Captain, speed and fortune to you.
With luck, I'll return myself a governor. And with my idiot king's blessing, no less. Adios.
I make my own luck.
As for you, Mr. Walpole, I consider this the first payment in a long-term investment. Gracias.
Obliged.
I would like you to be present for the interrogation tomorrow. Call around noon.
Yes, sir.
went pretty good. At least with the optional objectives. But I love that fighting scene there between the Templars and the Assassins. Just like the pure chaos and, you know, how people just like die so easily. Would have been nice if they just updated the early games with a patch when they did with the Ezio trilogy to fix the issues on PC. Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, they don't really give a lot of love for the earlier games anymore. There's also been like more issues even with like later games now, like with Unity for instance. Apparently the whole like online connection thing doesn't work anymore, so people have like issues trying to join each other in co-op. It still works so for some. But the real issue is that you can still buy Helix credits, but the whole Helix store is kind of like not working anymore. So you can buy like Helix credits, but you can't purchase anything anymore. And everything that you might have bought or that has any like unlockable online function doesn't work anymore in Unity. Like items that were unlocked because club competitions don't work no more got locked again, so you can't get those items anymore. And Ubisoft's just not doing anything about it. And chances are they will never fix it either. Just really, I don't know. Just really abandon their older games in some ways. The way they also turn off the servers for like AC2. And meaning that new players can't access like certain tombs anymore and stuff. Just like, great. First you kind of like lock things behind like an online function. And then you turn off the online function later. Instead of like releasing a patch which makes all of that stuff available to the players if you turn off the servers. Who plans to march through the city? Templars must have a traitor. Yeah, I don't know who that could be. It could be in the alley, but also there's a bully in the alley. That's true, Rod. In one playthrough you did that part, just knocking them out. That's definitely fair, dude. If, you know, you don't wanna actually kill the assassins. I think it's good that in the part where you have to meet Jim in the assassin hideout, that, you know, Edward actually has the optional objective to only knock out the assassins instead of killing them. I thought that's a nice detail. Also when you kind of like go to the observatory for first time, and you also have to only knock out the indigenous people. Edward is like, whatever leads me to riches. Pretty much at this point. I mean, he needs money so he can go back to England and be with Caroline, I guess. Going to rave at mission 5-star. Indeed. Wonder if anybody got bonuses based off ratings of missions they worked on. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I do know that Origins and the mission types in Origins have been a direct result of the rating system in Black Flag. At least according to the devs. Because they worked on Black Flag, and Black Flag was the first to have a rating system, right? And then the next game they worked on afterwards was Origins. Which is kind of the reason why they almost completely abandoned tailing missions in Origins. Like there's only a few instances where you have to like follow somebody. But apparently all of the tailing missions got like really low rating in Black Flag, and Black Flag had a ton of them. So yeah, that's right, Unity also has a rating system, but Black Flag was the first to have one, I think. And yeah. That's definitely interesting how that kind of like led to Origins having this kind of like mission types that it did.
Pyro, run!
Over Strut, have good luck, dude.
¡Párate, digo! ¡Venga, pues! No, what? Walk away. Tengo línea de tiro.
Okay.
¡Está a tiro!
I guess the pirates take care of that.
Grazie. My thanks. I'm your man now, Capitano.
Grazie. Oh. Cat. Auch when you can pet cats and other animals in games.
Come, let's have a toast.
Claiming what's due.
God sink me for this pittance. 1,000 reals for those maps. That's what? £100 at most. How's a man supposed to become rich in these times with a miser like Torres running the world?
Have you ever, worked on a plantation before?
You know what I'm thinking? I'd like to see this observatory the governor's going on about. He said it were like a device that could follow people around and show where they were.
A ludicrous idea. Imagine my wife with such an advantage over me.
And imagine what a thing like that'd be worth. Sell that to the right person and I'd be the richest pirate. Privateer in the West Indies. I'll catch you up on it. There's a sage in that house I must speak to in private.
I'll be the richest privateer. Alright, so we have to stay out of combat here, and we have to kill guards from stalking zones. Yeah, exactly, Lucinda. Always great being able to pet cats. Thanks for the lurk, Sori. Okay, it works. Now we can go up here.
Basta ya! What is your true name, rogue?
It's, Captain Pissoff.
Bien que pauvre paysan. Where is the sage? Did you set him free?
I had nothing to do with that. Much as I wish I did.
Take him to the ports. Send him to Sevilla with the treasure fleet.
Oh, wait now! I delivered your treasures, didn't I?
You did, yes. But you robbed us of Duncan Waldo.
Yeah, of a naked ear did. We robbed you, Duncan. A really deciphered mission. You know, I didn't. It was still a good mission. I didn't like what happened to Edward, wa?
A despicable display. This Tosspot is a ruined man, Caroline. Unfit for life on land, much less at sea. If he goes to the West Indies, it's you who'll suffer.
Father! Father! Come, love. Up with you now.
That old muckworm! He's wrong about me!
I hope it's so.
You believe me, don't you? Can you not see me? Standing out there on the deck of a ship that's sliding into port. And there I am, a man of quality. With 1,000 doubloons spilling from my pockets. Like drops of rain. I can see it.
Of these flashbacks.
La cena! Cómetela rápido!
You hungry?
Not the first time they tried to escape here. And yeah, there he is. Adewale. One of my absolute favorite characters in Black Flag, but also Freedom Cry, of course. He's also in Rogue, but we don't talk about that just yet. Alright, we have to kill guards from behind corners.
What's your plan, mate?
Find the weapon and steal a ship.
Que Dios nos ayude. No me gusta la pinta de esa
I like how we kept the throwing knife. Can I loot him? It's a great mission. Where you kind of like escape, you know, captivity. Then also really see other pirates and kind of like steal ship and stuff. Kind of like getting your crew and your ship, you know. Oh, shit. That worked.
We're stealing a brig. Hey, take what you need.
Won't be a minute.
There's many prisoners held on these ships. Set them free, and they'll sail with us, no question.
Oh yeah, and that is the default outfit for Edward. It's kind of like modifying the one that he's already been having from Duncan Warpo. Make it kind of like his own.
So that's the idea then. Free what men we can, then find a fast ship to flee in.
Aye, there's a brig in this fleet. I'll make my way to it.
Eva Max. Thanks for luck, dude.
There's a catch to this favor. You're sailing with me. I follow you to hell for this business.
Take my sugar. Take anything you like. Drink up, me hearties, yo-ho.
Kobe, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 23 months of resubbing. Thank you very much, Kobe. And indeed, it's kind of funny. I was actually thinking about naming my stream today Drink Up Me Hearties. Indeed, almost 2 years. Thank you so much, Kobe, for being here for 2 years already. And for all the support and yeah, for being who you are. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you have a good time still with Horizon Forbidden West. Don't mind repeating yourself, it's fucking George's. I can only imagine actually. What I'm actually looking most forward to eventually playing that game are the underwater parts, because that actually look the most George's to me. Like how vibrant everything underwater is.
Come on, lads. If we're to drown today, it won't be here.
Preparaos para partir. Casi tenemos encima la tormenta. ¿Y qué pasa con los prisioneros? Que se
Give me the
mejor ellos que nosotros.
throwing knife. Must be somewhere. There it is. Generally spent like half an hour just swimming around at that point. You know it when you see it. There's one part that will blow my mind. It's so beautiful. I'm looking forward to it, Kobe. That's for sure. Yeah, that's great. Really glad you have a good time so far with that game. But enough about Aloy for now. How's it going with you and Edward? It's going really good, yeah. Still quite early into it. We're currently just recruiting our own crew and stealing our ship, the Jackdaw. So yeah, just arrived in sequence 2 really here. But yeah, it's going great so far. I just love this game so much. Really glad to be back into it. Yeah, it's gonna be really nice playing it also in the order that we are doing it, because this time we're gonna do it in historical order. So that's why we start with Black Flag and then with AC3. Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting, kind of like jumping back and forth between games this time.
We're going topside. Be ready.
Yeah, Darby's writing. I actually want to watch the behind the scenes later of this game, and Darby McDavid is gonna definitely talk quite a lot about it in those ones.
Lay aboard, lads!
Save your singing for Davy Jones, you jagabats! It's a hard wind coming!
The man speaks true. You lot weigh anchor. As for the rest, half on the foremast and half at the main. Let's outrun this hurricane! Keep watch on those galleons.
Man, I love this mission so much.
They won't. Far too slow for this weather.
Mark any orders you think wise, mate. We're up against it here.
These men know their place. They'll see us home. All top! All sails loose and stay tight!
Fire!
Look out, man!
Oh boy.
I see it.
Bookways.
Rain! Water spout! Steer clear of that thing!
Yeah, the water spout's actually quite dangerous. Wouldn't wanna be trapped into that. That's how the storm felt in Germany recently.
Water spout, man! Stay wide!
It's still windy for you. Yeah, it's still windy over here as well. Definitely calmed down a little bit more, but the past 3 days have been insane. Over here. I think it was mostly like Northern Europe, wasn't it? But it's still kind of crazy, like how far it reached and how bad it was in some places. Man, I love these weather effects so much in Black Flag. It's so chaotic. Let's put a crab on the ship. Similar to the crab on the car. But also like how we smash into the waves, you know, and you see like all the water dropping down on the ship and stuff. And this game is just so beautiful with all of its details and stuff.
By God, we pulled this one straight from the teeth of Neptune. I'm Edward. Much thanks for your aid back there.
Adewale.
You ever been to Nassau, Adewale?
Not yet.
By God, she took some knocks, didn't she? I think I'll keep her. All hands aft, lads! We're taking this one home!
And this is actually one of my favorite missions in Black Flag, I think. Like just escaping captivity, recruiting the pirates and stealing the jackdaw. Just such a great way of kind of like, you know, getting your ship and crew. But yeah, it's also interesting the talk between Edward and Adewale, right? You can really tell how Adewale is definitely not pleased with Edward deciding that, you know, this is his ship, and that he's deciding like where to go either. But yeah, it also makes sense, and Adewale even gonna explain himself why it makes sense for Edward to become captain in a few. You know what other game has George's Water? Horizon Forbidden West? Yeah, it does. What you hear, the PS4 experience is still pretty damn solid, which is surprising for a game this advanced. Maybe watch some comparison. Yeah, I watched a few actually. Definitely quite more visually aesthetically pleasing on the PS5. But to be honest, the PS4 version looks fantastic as well. So it's a really cool start to the game. It is. Yeah, it's a perfect introduction to that setup of like having your own ship and crew. Kind of like being united by captivity as well.
I've made my choice, Addy. I'm calling her the Jackdaw. A sly bird I loved as a child back in Swansea.
A dark little creature, no?
Did it rub you wrong when I took this brig as mine own?
It was the sort of rub I have learned to endure, sailing among faces of such
fairness.
It's true. Most of these men wouldn't accept you as a captain. So what fair role would complement such unfairness?
I'll be your quartermaster. Nothing less.
All right. And as quartermaster, have you any immediate counsel for this Tyro captain?
Rest and repast would do us good before Nassau. Water for drinking. Hunting for food and repairs.
Well reasoned, sir. Hunting, it shall be. We'll find a decent place to drop anchor. I spied a few items in the hold earlier. Powder and a few pistols. Think I'll fashion a second holster if I can.
It's a good start.
One you find laughable.
Could we talk a moment about the condition of the ship?
What's the trouble?
I had a walk about the gun deck this morning, and couldn't stand for what I saw. A clutter of linstocks heaped like tinder, and one with a slow match, still burning.
Christ.
And just nearby, 2 barrels of gunpowder, closer than man and wife. Fit to explode at the touch of a spark.
We'll stow ours good and proper.
As for the cannons, they might as well be tossed. Clogs touch holes in need of scraping, corrosion on the bodies, barrel swabs as naked as knives, and breech ropes so rotted, I could use them for knitting yarn. The short of it is, we need good equipment kept in fine condition. But we cannot win every battle with snares and shout. So worry about your own armament when it suits you. But don't forget about your jackdaw as well.
No, indeed. We'll make it a point to keep this ship and its crew in fine condition.
Indeed. It's kind of like our home base in some ways. I think if you get the PS4 version, the PS5 upgrade is free. If you ever get it, get one. And you can transfer your save. Sadly, that won't be possible with PC when that eventually comes out. Yeah, I would think so as well. But that's alright. I think a PC version is like, you know, still win in my book. But yeah, that's great that you get a free PS5 upgrade. I've read that as well, that that's possible. It doesn't seem to work the other way around, but it's great that it works for PS4 to 5.
Trim the yards off the wind! Don't trim us off the wind! Captain overboard!
Captain overboard. We gotta shoot an iguana and assassinate an ocelot. Oh look, we have also some crabs. Oh yeah. Yeah, Edward is also doing the cat jam. Hey Vamexi, welcome in, dude. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day so far.
Where is Charles Lee?
Where's Charles Lee, indeed. I think he's not even born at this point, is he? Okay, we have the air assassin and Ocelot here, so let's see if one comes close to us. Maybe this fella. Or not. Indeed you are. Very nice, Maxi. That's good to hear, dude. Had a bit of lunch break and then a phone call happened and now you're back to lunch. That's fair, dude. What are you having for lunch today? With something delicious. And yeah, dude, I'm doing good. Having a nice day. Spending some more time with Captain Piss Off. But yeah, it's going very good. Yeah, where's that fucker? Bobby, that is the question. Soon we're gonna see him again in Rogue and AC3. Let me actually adjust something again and see how game performs. I kind of like went back from TXA to FXA. I feel like it looks way better this way. Game. Get chicken soup. Oh yeah. Brought me some chicken soup. You missed a part? Yeah. Yeah, it just happened like two missions ago. I guess you also missed a part of it's your problem. Okay, so we can craft the pistol holster 2 with Ocelot pelts. And the health upgrade with the iguana lever.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
You love everything, every crafting element can be bought from the shops in this. That's true, yeah. It's really nice not having to go out of your way to hunt, for instance, white whales, given how rare they are and how they're like tied to online as well. It's quite expensive though, but it's nice that you can do it. Okay, so we do have secrets here. Kind of secrets. Treasure map and message in the bottle, so we're gonna pick that up. Not gonna bother with the chests and fragments here in this playthrough. Any silly brown sea shanties. Not sure if we actually have found it yet. Hold up, let me see. I don't think we have unlocked Sally Brown yet. Ah, Row Boys Row, that's it? Ah, that's right, yeah. That's right. We didn't have that one yet either. At least we didn't sing it yet, I don't think, but soon definitely. Unfortunately, the Uncharted movie is doing well financially. Is it? That surprises me. Oh well, maybe that means they get another movie, or they can do it, you know, better. Can do like a better job. Kobe, by the way, you have a bit of exciting news. Your sister's going to have another kid in a few months, and she has asked you to be the godmother. Oh, that's great, Kobe. That's awesome. I'm glad you got asked. Definitely know how it be, because I'm also a godfather to one of my nephews. And yeah, it's kind of like great, you know, having like another reason to have a bit of a tighter relationship, I guess, to the kid. Hey, the Beyond, welcome in, dude. Ahoy, matey. Finally, saying ahoy is actually appropriate. I mean, it's always appropriate, to be honest. Indeed, Ronnie, indeed, welcome in. How are you doing? So it will likely get a sequel to ruin the legacy of the games further. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's likely if I get a sequel. Maybe it also has a chance to do things better, but I doubt it. Maybe you should watch The Godfather in preparation. Maybe you ask me for tips. Yeah, not sure if I can give that many tips, but definitely feel free to ask me. But yeah, I think The Godfather is a great, you know, preparation for that. I haven't seen Uncharted either yet, Maxi. I'm not really stoked to watch it. I think I'd rather just play the games first, because I haven't played those either yet. But yeah, the movie looks like something. You also have a load of questions for a younger sister who's a godmother to nephew number 3. Yeah, that's definitely fair. Absorb a bit of knowledge. Ronnie, you're doing well. You just woke up and using coffee to chase the sleep out of your brain. That's fair, dude. Hope you enjoy your coffee. Hope you have a good start into your day. Give them lots of candy and send them back to their parents afterwards. Yeah, the easy way. Yeah, Rod, I wouldn't want to have a movie be like my first impression of, you know, Nathan Drake and Uncharted, I think. I'd rather just play the games first. Yeah, I still have the trilogy, I think, the first 3 games on the PS4, but I still haven't played it. But I would love to play it soon. But same for a lot of other games, so we just have to see how it goes. Okay, we got a new database entry here for the Sage. Abstergo's archives contain a few references to men called the Sage or a Sage, but they are few and far between. Each sighting seems to refer to a different person living in a vastly different time and location. The earliest example of was found on a Sumerian clay tablet in cuneiform script, while the latest survives only as a footnote in one of Laureano Torres' own journals, dated January 1704. In all, according to Abstergo's existing research, 7 different sages seem to have graced the world stage in the past 1200 years, but the real number is likely higher. Looking at you, Valhalla. Perhaps the strangest aspect connecting each of these various sightings is the fact that in every case, visual descriptions of each sage are remarkably similar. So similar, in fact, that one wouldn't be faulted for assuming they were talking about a single, immortal man. However, in 2 of the 7 citations, explicit mention is made of their death and burial. Are we therefore dealing with some bizarre form of reincarnation, or some simpler explanation that eludes us at present? More research is required. Maxi, you probably watch it, but to be fair, you enjoy a lot of the movies, even ones that are hated by everyone. E.g., you like Star Wars sequels, but that is because you don't think of anything when watching. I mean, that's completely fair, dude, and I think that's great, you know, that you can enjoy movies where other people might be nitpicking much more. I think that's great, you know, to kind of like find appreciation in even those kind of like movies. Abby likes reusing stuff. Yeah, I mean, he kind of like introduced the whole Sage thing in the first place, I guess. And it's great how it kind of like connects to it in the later games. We also got a new fauna entry for iguanas. Found from Brazil to northern Mexico, as well as the Caribbean islands, also Texas, Florida, and Hawaii. This common iguana eats only leaves, flowers, and fruits. The iguana typically flees when threatened, but can puff its body and hiss or lash its tail and bite if necessary. And the ocelot. A nocturnal wildcat, the typical ocelot has yellow fur with dark stripes in the manner of a jaguar. They range from the size of a domestic cat up to larger varieties of up to 4 feet in length. Note, a cat-sized jaguar? It's got to be a joke. Note, you can find them in South and Central America, and up until Mexico and Texas, and of course in the Caribbean. Note, we may have to consider putting tigers and cassowaries in these jungles too, something generally threatening. Note, please no, I beg of you. So I just like the way they want to kind of like alter reality further, to make it like exciting for the game. Kobe, you do it similarly. To be fair, the sequels have tons of great moments that definitely fit with your Star Wars. So probably also enjoy Uncharted movie just because it's going to be entertaining. But not planning on watching it soon anyway. That's fair, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I actually liked the AC movie as well, Maxi. I thought it was solid, you know. I didn't hate it as much as most other people seem to have. But it had really good scenes as well, especially with like the action scenes, the parkour and the combat and stuff. I think it would have profited of like having a longer pace, kind of like spending more time in history maybe, and kind of like building it up as like a trilogy type of deal. But I think they done like a good job overall with the movie. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Sage thing can be overdone, but I think it's been very important, especially in connection to like the whole apocalypse thing, and I thought like Valhalla done such a great job on like portraying the Sages and how many there were, and the connection to also the Asgard and Jotunheim dreams, and you know, the Isu from the other tribes and stuff like that. I thought Valhalla did such a great job with it. So I didn't get tired of it at all. I thought it was great they expanded on it in Valhalla further. But that doesn't mean they can still do like other stuff in the future. And yeah, I don't know, I felt like Origins definitely wasn't focusing on the Sage thing at all. Except for that one side quest, you know. But most people missed it as well, that there was supposed to be a Sage. And Syndicate actually also had a Sage reference. Like there was a Sage, I think the kind of like post-main story part. Or was it World War 1 part? Yeah, that's fair, Kobe. Haven't really been to the cinema that much either recently. The worst video game based movie is Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Oh no, Rod. Was it that bad? Yeah, he's done such a great job with the whole concept of the Sages. and like connecting it between the different Isu tribes and stuff. Just so good. Like how much depth there is behind Valhalla's story. It's really like beneath the surface, like so many people don't realize what's actually happening in Valhalla. Which is a bit of a shame, but I think it's interesting for like AC maniacs like us to uncover. And yeah, for sure, Maxi. I would love to do another movie night actually. We haven't done it in a while. We still gotta finish the Harry Potter movies, but recently I haven't really been having much time Sunday evenings because I've been doing my Retro Sundays in that time slot. But yeah, I would love to get back into movie nights again. Yeah, I'm actually quite looking forward to that one as well, Beyond. Especially since I believe that W actually might be involved with the Basim game. Because he confirmed being involved with the Season 2 pass content. And that game has been initially planned as a second expansion, it seems. So, yeah, I think he might be involved. Also him coming back to Ubisoft again and stuff. So, I hope he's involved with that, and in that case, I think it could be a great story. Yeah, honestly, Dawn of Ragnarok I'm not that excited about. I watched a bit of gameplay and story, and I don't know. I'm not sold yet. I think it's also with the team behind it being Ubisoft Sofia that I'm kind of like a bit skeptical already. But the writing also seemed really not promising so far, I have to say. I mean, I haven't seen that much yet, right? Like only like 30 minutes or so of gameplay and story, but I wasn't really sure about it yet. I think they even have Eivor say gentleman or something, like it's kind of like 60th century or something. I don't know. Really odd kind of like choice of words again with Ubisoft Sofia and the writing. But it was terrible, the acting was too Z-grade, the story was a massive mess, characters were ruined and the effects were less advanced looking than the first movie that was only released 2 years earlier in Annihilation. That's a shame, dude. So how do they explain having like worse effects in that movie? Was it like not the same team behind it, or did they have like a smaller budget or something, or how did that happen? Yeah, I think so too, Rod. I think it's just gonna be like the biggest DLC with the most playtime, but it's probably just gonna be very repetitive. And fantastical, because that's how the gameplay looked like so far, you know. I'm not sure if I do a good job of connecting the Easter stories either. Ah, okay, I guess I gotcha Beyond. I didn't know about the crossover yet. But maybe that's something that could star in Infinity. Since I actually want to retell some older stories, so maybe we could do something with Caesar there. And throw in Cassandra and Bayek and Aya, because that's what everybody wants, right? Or crossovers with Cassandra. Not Mivo. The way I understood Infinity is that they want to do like multiple time periods and characters, and they want to even like retell already established characters like Connor and stuff. That's what I read and heard, but who knows? I like to throw so much CG into everything, it was oversaturated with it. Ah, okay, I got you. Yeah, that's difficult. It really can break the immersion, I think, you know, having like too much of the CGI stuff going on. Cassandra's Ubisoft's Redkin character. Yeah. Makes you wish Odyssey never happened in the first place. And her living for like 2,500 years. Just like ridiculous. It's also ridiculous because it's like really pointless, right? Like her giving the stuff to Layla because Layla is so worthy of the stuff. Like Cassandra spent her whole life waiting to give the stuff to somebody who wasn't worthy of it. Obviously Valhalla kind of like you know, picked the pieces together and made sense of it with like the keeper of the memories and you know, Basim getting the stuff. But if it wasn't for Valhalla, that whole thing was like totally pointless.
Ahoy, Captain. Find what you need.
My needs and wants are oceans apart, mate. But I did fashion myself a new holster. All I need now is a pistol to lie in it.
Yeah. Taken from the holds, just as you said.
Little more than a blowpipe. But it'll do. So, are we rested? Or should we idle a while longer?
Best way anchor. I think the crew is itching to reach civilization.
You'll find no civilization in Nassau. But it's a fine place to be merry all the same.
Rod, you like the character and all, but they're just going to use her long life as a reason to put her into the time periods already explored to retcon the importance of the protagonist. That's what you predict they're doing with her. Yeah. And they haven't done a good job with the crossover with Valhalla either. The way they just degraded Eivor, you know, and kind of like make Cassandra be like, you know, the one teaching Eivor about like the Isu and all that type of stuff. Like, it's just bullshit. Especially if you have played through the game already. And also how they just made Eivor be like this brash, kind of like hot-headed character of a DLC all of a sudden. Of a crossover. It made Cassandra kind of like, you know, have like the good light. Something. That's also the issue with like having too many writers and not having the consistency for the character. I feel like they kept it pretty consistent for the DLCs for Eivor. But for the crossover, it was just horrible. I just refused to play it. I watched the cutscenes on YouTube and I was like, yeah, fuck that. Don't need any more crossovers like that. It feels like really bad fanfiction either, because people have already like have been saying before. If Eivor and Cassandra would fight, who would win? And Quebec is probably like, oh yeah, we need to make that into a new game or kind of like story, you know, make them fight. Make Cassandra appear in every other time period.
Tight, yeah!
I'm 2 things for Crook 1 happy Ezio math today so. Crook 1 happy Ezio x28 Crook 1 dr Cox shrug Crook 1 Crook mode.
Bloodmoon dude, thank you so much for the 28-month streak of tier 2 subscribing. Thank you so much. And welcome in Bloodmoon. I hope you have a great day so far. Hope all is well with you. And yeah, here's the thing beyond, like, they did kind of hint on some retconning in Origins. But the thing is, it's mostly talking about kind of like the strings of time, right? Like the nodes of time and mostly the future. And kind of like how you could write your own story by choosing a different node of time, I guess. And that's the thing also with the Isu, right? They've been looking into the future, trying to find the best calculation possible for the survival of their race, essentially. And that's how they found Desmond, right? By looking into the future and predicting what could happen. It's like a different scenario when you go back into the history, like into the past, and completely alter what's happened there. And Odyssey just really does a horrible job in that regard with the choices and how much they try to alter the events of what happened. And even then, kind of like you know, you have like no idea of like really figuring out what actually happens sometimes, because even the book conflicts with the game if you try to make those choices. It's just a mess. Kind of like altering what happens in the past. Valhalla fortunately keeps that better, in my opinion, because Valhalla still has Eivor be the character that they are. You know, it doesn't get altered by your choices too much. Whereas in Odyssey, it's like more of a blank slate character. Then the another issue with like, you know, having Cassandra and Alexios, which are supposed to be completely separate characters. But that you have like Alexios as a protagonist makes like 0 sense whatsoever. They should have just committed to a female protagonist at that point. It does make sense in Valhalla though, because it's still the same character, just with a different gender. That also makes sense by the DNA being split between Odin and Eivor. But Odyssey is just completely nonsensical in that regard. But yeah, that's just my opinion. Yo, Cassandra crosses over and teaches Altair the ways of a Creed too. Fucking hell. If that ever happens, I'm gonna refuse to play that as well. Ah, Jesus, imagine though, like Cassandra going across, you know, all the brotherhoods and teaching them the ways. It's like, no, don't. Just don't. But yeah, Psycholexius was definitely a thing of beauty. Not gonna lie, it's kind of like interesting to me to do like a Psych-Cassandra run. Or Psycho-Sandra run, I guess. So maybe we get some Odyssey after all. Maybe like in a New Game Plus format, but I don't know. I'm still unsure about wanting to play Odyssey again. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind playing multiple protagonists either. I think it worked in the Syndicate actually, you know, with Jacob and Evie. But having their lines be interchangeable would be an issue, right? Like the way it's done in Odyssey with Alexis and Cassandra. Just doesn't work that well. Cheers, Bloodwound. I really appreciate it, dude. That's the verse at all. Thank you so much for being here and being part of the community. And I hope that, you know, work is going as well as it can be. Also, hey Vadiva, thank you for the lurk. Hope you're having a good day. Never get between me and my Odyssey rants. Yeah, it's like, here we go again. But yeah, I think that could definitely work beyond with like having multiple protagonists, you know. I'm not against the idea at all. I think it can be done really well. Actually, it just shouldn't interfere with like established lore and storylines and the idea of having like actual worked out dedicated characters, you know. Would love it, Rod. The Psycho-Sandra run. It is tempting to a certain degree, because I honestly had fun playing Psycholexius. Just not caring about anything, you know, was like a very refreshing experience. And the irony in Odyssey is that if you decide to be an asshole, you actually get some of the best outcomes, at least like money economy wise. You don't get the best main ending, that's for sure, but it definitely pays off being an asshole in Odyssey. And there's even some legit like good outcomes story-wise for side quests and stuff if you do play like an asshole. The phrase air assassinate and Ocelot really feels funny to you, Sleepy Brain. Yeah. Like things you do on a daily basis, right? Like air assassinate and Ocelot. But yeah, beyond, I would definitely be open for that kind of like concept. You know, being a mentor, having your own brotherhood, kind of like in Brotherhood. but also being able to play those guys on like dedicated missions and stuff. Would be cool. Yeah, that was great as well, Blood Moon. You know, the way you have like choices in Unity in terms of like how you wanna play. It a pretty deep like stat system as well compared to other games before. You just kinda tune out at the rants, to be honest. You don't wanna have your own enjoyment of a game spoiled by someone having a different experience. That's completely fair, Kobe, and I don't blame you. I don't wanna, you know, take away the enjoyment of others enjoying Odyssey either. But also, you know, kinda like have to voice my own opinion, I guess.
Go on, Captain Queernabs. Tell me I'm under arrest. Tell me!
Them your breads.
Fly away, boyo! Back to your master!
Aye. We was privateers together before the wars ended. I'll see you ashore.
But yeah, definitely don't want to take away from anybody enjoying Odyssey. And I'm really glad when, you know, people enjoy the games they play. And yeah, to be fair, I can still find some enjoyment in Odyssey either. Just really depends, you know, how you approach the game, I guess. As a game, I think it's really damn solid. Adivale game when Ubisoft, respect for your peace when Ubisoft. I would love a proper Adivale game. I mean, I love Freedom Cry, but it was kinda short. $800-hour game of Shay repeatedly killing him. God, that part in Rogue. I hate Shay's reasoning for killing Adivale either. It's like, yeah, he's defending Achilles. He has to die. Not like he saved countless innocents and slaves out of captivity. Completely get where I'm coming from, but just things that aren't as important to you, except for Nataka's chemistry. Fuck that. Yeah. Yeah, that really was a big issue, like even to really big fans of Odyssey, right? Kind of like have a game where they say it's like all about choice. Also like if you wanna be, you know, bi or, you know, single or whatever. Then they kind of like shoehorn that romance in and even force you to have a child with Natakas. Kind of like, no. Natakas and Cassandra don't even fit together that well either. I think like it's really forced in like multiple ways. Yeah. So we can craft you pistol ammo pouch. Oh yeah. Yeah, this outfit is great in Unity, Ronnie. Looks so good. But kinda like for all the outfits, the IT outfit is also amazing in that game. Yeah, I feel like Nima and Alexis work better than Cassandra and Atakas. But either way, I think the way they've been written and the way you're forced into having the relationship is kind of like a problem.
Motionless like Osiris, motionless his limbs like Osiris.
Indeed. And yeah, no worries whatsoever, Blood Moon. Thank you so much for being here and for coming by. Thanks again for resub as well. And I hope you have a great luck and a great day, dude. Can I go up here, please? Or not. Or something. Oh, that escalated a little bit.
He's trying to... Hurry!
Of how it still works that you can like synchronize the viewpoint while being in combat. It's like, let me not attack this guy anymore. He's synchronizing a viewpoint. Rod, if a player had predominantly Romans the opposite sex, then the outcome should have been that Cassandra ends up with Natakas and Alexis ends up with Nima. But if a player predominantly Romans the same sex, it should have been Cassandra ends up with Nima and Alexis with Natakas. Yeah, would have made sense. The thing is, in that case, you couldn't have a child anymore, right? Which they tried to kind of like force into the story in the first place, kind of like have like the legacy of the Hidden Blade through the generations of Alexius or Cassandra, all the way to Aya, which again I think made little sense. Yeah, they really had to like force that child into the story, right? But it would have been a great way if they kind of like force a romance on you to do it the way you said, Rod, with like, you know, kind of like, okay, did the player choose one gender primarily or not? Then you run into another issue again with like the whole like, you know, canon and lore. Like, you know, is like Nima or Natakas now the actual character? It's just, it really is a mess. Feel. Yeah, exactly, Kobe. Let him enjoy his view. Alexis half-blood, half-Aesir-blood can make him pregnant. Yeah. It makes sense to me. Let's head towards the main story here. But I'm gonna take another viewpoint first, I think. Oh, can I actually buy something? Ah, never mind. Can't do it just yet. Gotta get a bigger crew first, I think. Shanty time. Welcome back, Levy. This seems familiar. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Oh, we got the Drunken Sailor shanty. Oh yeah. But you think Odyssey should have been about King Leonidas and have the DLC be about Darius killing Xerxes? That would have been great, dude. I feel like Leonidas would have been a much more interesting character. I thought it was really a shame that we didn't have like more Leonidas memories either, because those are the parts that really made me like interested and hyped for the overall story, you know. I thought it was actually great the way they had like Leonidas kill his murderer as well. The way it was kind of like with a broken spear and it kind of like resembled the hidden blade even, you know. The way it like laid right next to his wrist. It was kind of like one of the early kind of like hidden spear blade kind of like kills, you could say. But I didn't do anything with it, you know. I kind of like expected that the spear would transform into a hidden blade eventually. And the Legacy of the First Blade DLC would have been the perfect opportunity to do so, you know, to transform the spear. But that couldn't happen, of course, because the spear had to have all of these magical abilities. You know, can't make that a hidden blade. You technically have work to do, but you don't really know how to do it. Leave that to the other new people, so you address that in a call in 20 minutes. Ah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, probably best to wait and ask somebody who knows then. Hope you get the answer in the call. Or Leonidas Nephin voiced by Jared Butler. Yeah. Leonidas was a great part of Odyssey. You have work to do that you don't want to do. Yeah, that's definitely fair, Mola. Ooh, there's another shanty. Gotta get over shanties. Storm along, John. Oh yeah.
Will no one come and show me how to drop a man now?
Shanties. Oh yeah. Your favorite collectible, Levy. To be fair though, you've gotten really good at collecting shanties by the mid-end game. Alright, we get this viewpoint once the main story takes us up there. For now we're heading for the main story here. check out database for if there's any new entries for people. Okay, there isn't. Never mind. You hate the shanties, you don't know why, you always tell your crew to shut up when they start singing. That's completely fair, Cider. I mean, Levy's kind of the same in that regard. Levy actually turned off the shanties completely in the settings of the game. Until I convinced her to do it at the end again. At least for a short while. But yeah, I mean that's completely fair, you know, not everybody but everybody enjoys them. I personally love them. But yeah, it's, you know, definitely like a taste kind of thing. I just love the whole feeling of a ship, you know, and having your own crew and stuff. And like even the singer isn't like perfect or something, it's just really rough sounding, and I think it perfectly suits the game. But yeah. Speaking of shanties, there's one and there's another. Got Paddy Doyle's boots. Oh yeah. Debated that shanty. Randy Dandy O. Love it. I mean, that's fair, Levy. Just leave the ship. Man overboard. It's a bunch of untrained singers. Yeah, exactly. I mean, technically, it's a trained shanty group that they hired to do the soundtrack for the shanties. But they attempt to sing untrained, I guess. You doesn't see shanties even when you're not playing Black Flag. That's fair, dude. I've done the same before. Carla looked up the group behind the Black Flag shanties and listened to them a bit. Sequence 3. Now hiring.
By God, you're a sight for salty eyes. Come you in and have a drink.
Morning, all.
Hi, Kenway. Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
Jackdaw. You named your brig after a poxy bird.
Ade, these lads are the better part of our growing confederacy here. Ed Thatch, Ben Hornigold, James Kidd.
You let him carry a pistol, do you?
Peace, Ben. Ade saved my life. And now we're looking to find a crew to fill out the rest of my ship.
Well, there's scores of capable men about. But use caution. The shipload of the King's sailors showed up before night back, causing trouble and knocking about like they own the place.
Right. I'll see who I can muster.
Send any men you find to the Jackdaw. I'll put them to work.
Cheers, Ade.
You still love Leaf Johnny dude's voice, it's so pure. It's great. Kobe for sure. If you could live a life of sea shanties and head stealing, you think you would be perfectly happy? Exactly, Saga. Such a great song. But yeah, that's fair, Ronnie. That's all you need, really. You know, some nice heads and some sea shanties to go along with it. Dr. After only 20 years ago, Longboat Ronnie, the most jovial of pirate captains, known for shantying across the Caribbean. This isn't the Vane mission. Not yet, no. But soon. Gonna... Oh.
That is what I think of your
Soon gonna meet him.
Oh, don't lose him now! Grazie. My thanks. I'm your man now, Capitano.
Ah damn, there's a Drunken Sailor remix. Of course there's. Grazie, Capitano. Bene. Yeah, exactly, Ronnie. It's like every time you board a ship, it's just to get off the heads. Ever searching for new variations? Or actually, we could use the dancers here
Lead on.
to get to liberate the pirates there.
Lead on. Well.
Yeah, at some point I just did all the naval battles for, and all of the naval stuff for Levy. She wasn't the biggest fan of that aspect of the games. But yeah, can't blame you for it either. Alright, nice.
Cut off any retreat! I do not know who you seek, but by all that you told me, it is not me! Captain Kenway, just in time. I'll see you back aboard.
Captain Kenway. Just in time.
You'll not get... Pulled me from the deep there, Captain. Jack thanks you hardy.
Jack thanks you hardy. Oh fuck, I totally forgot about my optional objectives here. We have to disarm and kill soldiers. Whoops. Okay, let's do that then. So we can still do it here. Ah, sorry, Beyond. Yeah, links are getting actually disabled in chat. But you can chat on Discord if you like. If you posted it there, then I'm definitely gonna have a look later. We found a map of 1570. A map of a world by Abraham Ortelius, creator of what many consider to be the first modern world atlas, once a part of Peter Beckford's collection. Actually have a look on this here. Jesus, look at how big or wide North America is. But pretty accurate overall. No worries, Levy. I talk to you later. And the Columbus map. A map of a world once used by the navigator Christopher Columbus, Christopher Colombo, taken from the collection of Peter Beckford. Oh, it's a bit less accurate, to say the least. Also got some new database entries here for Edward Fetch. Known voraciously by different sources as Fetch, Teach, Feach, Teach, Tech, and more. We're fairly certain this Edward was born in and around Bristol and took to the sea at an early age, most likely in his teens. It is also speculated that he arrived in the West Indies quite soon after leaving England. If this was indeed the case, Ed Fetch would have seen his fair share of a war or Spanish succession, a protracted fight between most of the Empire of Europe that pitted Britain against royalist Spain and France. In these early years from 17 to 1713, he would have been a privateer or at the very least a merchant seaman, doing his part for the crown, Queen Anne at the time. But with the Treaty of Utrecht bestowing peace upon a troubled Europe in 1713, Fetch and his fellow sailors would have found themselves far from home and out of work. They thus turned to piracy as a means of sustaining themselves. In the ensuing years, Fetch befriended a captain named Benjamin Hornegood, and soon after joined his crew as quartermaster, at some point between late 1714 and early 1716. Settling in Nassau, Fetch, Hornegood, and the rest of the Flying Gang, as these pirates called themselves, began cooking up schemes far larger than most pirates of the era dared dream. Wanting nothing less than a country of their own, they worked to turn Nassau into a place of liberty and freedom for all who desired an escape from the bonds of imperial rule. And we have James Kidd. James Kidd is a young man with a long and checkered past. Not yet out of his teens, he is a cocky and confident lad with a brashness cultivated to counter his youth. He also claims to be a bastard son of a late William Kidd, the infamous privateer turned pirate who was captured and hanged by British authorities in 1701. Although James has no proof of this connection, his mother always insisted on it, claiming that she spent a single panicked night of passion with Captain Kidd just before his departure from London in 1695. Growing up fatherless and with a spendthrift mother did little to improve his prospects at leading a normal life. By the age of 12, he had found employment aboard merchant vessels sailing between the British colonies in North America and the West Indies. By the time he was 17, James called Jamaica his home, and he further honed his skills as a sailor there. Although he never sailed with the likes of Ben Hornegood, Ed Fetch, or Edward Kenway, James was among the first sailors to settle in Nassau and was a crucial figure in its development as a republic. Benjamin Hornegood was likely born in Norfolk, England. Although this has yet not been verified, all other information about his early life is unknown as yet. The first recorded instances of him are of his early exploits as a pirate in the West Indies around 1713 to 14. He was one of the earliest pirates to emerge after the end of the Spanish War for Succession, which gives us a good reason to believe he was one of the many hundreds of privateers who were left without gainful employment in the ensuing peace. Like many other British mariners, Hornegood spent much of his time in the Bahamas, eventually settling in Nassau. It was from here launched his career as a full-fledged pirate, though he likely thought of himself as a privateer in his earliest years at least. A skillful sailor and strategist, Onnegut lacked some of the ruthlessness required to be a truly successful pirate, and until 1716 refused to attack English ships out of a sense of loyalty to his home country. Note: a pirate with a sense of honor would make a superb hero, if our edits to Edward Kenway don't pan out. Note agreed. J, his lack of facial hair is a bonus. The beards on most of these guys look like owl's nests. It's kind of funny that they think of him as like a more fitting hero character, because he actually happens to become a Templar later on, right? Okay, we gotta find more guards and disarm them before we full sink here. Could also try to do it at the hanging, I guess. Because there should be a few guys to fight. Maybe we just do it with these guys.
You know, Kenway, come fast. There's soldiers of Captain Man in iron behind him.
No. Don't wanna get sniper. Unit here. Ouch.
This pirate bears the blood of many innocents on his hands. His Majesty's honorable representative has decreed the sentence shall be to fine and clear snow.
Tight, yeah!
Thank you for another great month of Assassin's Creed Goatness.
Cider, dude, thank you so much for the 3 months of resubbing. I'm glad you're still enjoying the assassin goodness. Yeah, thank you so much for being here as well, Cider. I really do appreciate it. It was like, should I have my hood on? Or should I put it off?
I'm begging you, let me live.
Thank you. Heartily, Edward.
Now you'll want to sail somewhere rich with plunder.
Have you heard of a place called the Observatory?
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain of Youth.
What have you heard?
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb, hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. See here.
Oh, rot. It's fairy stories you prefer to gold, is it?
It's worth more than gold, Thatch. 10,000 times above what we could pull off any Spanish ship.
Robbing the king to pay his porpoise is how we earn our keep here, lad. It ain't a fortune. It's a fantasy.
Love how James Kidd is like the only one kind of like supporting his ideas here, because Kidd of course knows about the observatory being an assassin and all. He's like legitimately astounded by Edward, you know, having this knowledge and even some maps as well. Alright, cool. Naval convoy, if you want to have a bit more money. Alright, nice. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna take a break for now. Probably gonna be back in like 10 minutes or so. But yeah, gonna take a short break to take care of a few things. And then we shall be back with more of a main story. Because a lot of the side stuff isn't unlocked yet. And I don't wanna do the assassin contracts yet either. Before we are kind of like introduced to the Brotherhood and stuff. So yeah, gonna hold on to these for now. But yeah, I will catch you guys in just a few after the break, and we'll leave you with some Black Flag soundtrack, so I hope you enjoy that as well. But yeah, catch you guys in just a few. Alright. We are back. Thank you for staying tuned. And yeah, welcome back to more AC4 Black Flag. Cheers, Rod. Welcome back as well, Sunny. Okay, so before we actually go ahead and dive back into some main story, I would like to watch some behind the scenes stuff. And yeah, IGN actually did like a series apparently of like different parts of behind the scenes. And the first one is exclusive gameplay and concept art. So we're gonna have a look at that first. And then after that, we're gonna have a look over at the video game archive for some more like behind the scenes on the actor and Darby McDavid and other type of stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna have a look how the game kind of like came to be and what the idea was behind the different like story and gameplay aspects. So yeah, very excited to be sharing that. So let's have a look.
Yeah, working on as a director on an AC game that has 7 studios. The challenge is coming up with honestly a cohesive vision, like a design vision that people will believe in. I always say with designers, with anybody, having a good idea is it's not hard. Everybody has good ideas. Having an idea that the team is excited to build, that fits into the vision, that is feasible, that you have the resources to do, this is hard. This is where a true designer comes in.
That AC3 would be the end of Desmond's story. That had always been the case. But where to go from there, we didn't want to, we had so many other time periods we could explore with this series, we didn't want to, shut the door on it.
The way Ubisoft works on AC is that we have different teams, different core teams working on different projects. So this is why we can sustain like a rate of 1 AC per year.
We know how to make these big games in a short amount of time. I mean, we had two years, but for such a big game, it's not that much.
We learned very early in the process, like what were the next-gen console all about. So very early at the beginning of the game, we knew that what we had to do. So we knew the specs, we knew what could be cool to do. The biggest decision we had to take at the beginning of the project was to how do we support these consoles.
I was sitting next to Assassin's Creed 3 team when they were developing the game and when they were receiving the first feedback from the playtest. And we had the opportunity to understand early where we need to go for the next game, because we already knew that we wanted to bring the naval experience to another level.
And so back in 2011, I was asked to pitch something about a pirate game, because during the development of AC3, we knew we had everything we needed basically to create this game. We were developing the naval warfare, the nature, and obviously the cities.
And we had already kind of come up with some of the backstory of Edward. So we put 2 and 2 together and we said, okay, let's do a story with Edward, naval battles. I think that puts us in the golden age of piracy. And so we did our research and we checked and it fit perfectly.
In Assassin's Creed 4, we wanted to bring the naval gameplay to a new level. Assassin's Creed 4 will be a game where the player can interact with a huge open world, and you will have a very long opportunity to be on sea and to sail on sea. So because of that, we wanted to bring more depth to the naval experience. We wanted to bring more depth in the naval fight. We also wanted to have more depth in the way you sail itself, and to make the player feel that the ocean changing is for him a challenge that he will have to master, and want to give him this feeling that at the end of the game he became a master of the oceans.
We told ourselves from the beginning, this had to be the most unique and freshest AC world we've ever built. AC, we pride ourselves on the worlds we build. We build very beautiful cities, very credible cities. but to build something that was natural and man-made and naval and have it all be in one cohesive world, incredibly challenging.
This time it was clear also that we wanted to have one game, one unified game, merging the ground and the naval. It's not a game, it's not two games in one, right? It's not one ground game, it's just stitched to a naval game, it's a pirate game.
And then of course the final thing was, it's an assassin game. This was something we didn't want people to confuse this to say, is it a pirate game with some assassin mechanics? No, it's an assassin game. The character who, he is a pirate, but his abilities are assassin-based. The mythology, the lore of the universe, it's there. It's all integrated into the story. It's all part of the bigger story, the bigger arc of what is Assassin's Creed.
Getting the Templar-Assassin conflict in the midst of, actual real historical detail has always been a challenge. And we try to do it in a fresh way every time. And we knew right away that an assassin, as we conceive it, and the creed, stay your blade from the flesh of an innocent, you can't really have a pirate who's following the Assassin's Creed, yet living a merry life as a pirate, robbing from innocent people. So we decided to make our game about that fact. Let's have a pirate who comes into contact with the assassins, but finds that creed really restrictive. What kind of tension does that create in our story? And that's what our story is literally about. Obviously the goal when we started this project was we wanted to portray pirates in as realistic a light as possible. Pirates are one of those subjects that they already come to it with a lot of preconceived notions. So it was a real challenge at the beginning.
We've been so formatted through the years by Hollywood and all this kiddie book about what pirates should be. But actually, if you look at history, they are very different.
There are reasons why pirates exist. There are reasons why piracy flourishes at certain times. It so happens that this period, from let's say 1700 to 1713, there was this massive war called the Spanish War for Succession. Every major European power was involved. England was at war with with half of Spain. France was on one side. They were fighting constantly. So then in 1713, a treaty got signed and peace broke out everywhere. As happens whenever a major power disbands an army, you have all these sort of military-minded guys who want to put themselves to use. They want to do something. And so you slowly fall into piracy.
From a gameplay perspective, we definitely have mechanics that we feel, okay, these are pirate mechanics, and we have a bunch of mechanics that we feel this is assassin stuff. So for example, the free running, yes, it's what people know from Assassin's Creed. The nice thing about it is that sailors, they had to climb rigging, they had to climb masts, they had to deal with sails. So it was a nice blending between being a sailor and being an assassin. So we felt that was a good place to start. Of course, combat is the same. Combat, sailors fought and pirates fought, especially when they did boardings. So this kind of justified that he has these dual wielding swords and his pistols. So this is a pirate touch within the combat system of AC. And of course, pirates were outlaws, so the stealth kind of made sense. But beyond this, then we have mechanics like boarding, which is really, it's a heavy pirate thing. Just sailing and naval combat is very pirate and very sailor.
We approach creating the ships the same way we approach creating characters. We based on what the character is, who the ship belongs to. And then we dive into that character and we infuse his characteristics into what he would do for the ship.
So we'll have 5 different classes of ships in the world, going from the Annua to the very small gunboat, and on the way we have the schooner, the frigate and the brigantine. All those different ships have different AI archetypes, and they will behave differently in the world. And they will also have each different level of difficulties, because we can play with the level of cannon, we can play with the speed, we can play with the strength of the hull for all these different ships. So we can bring a lot of variety for the player.
I mean, of course, we base the design on historical accuracy, but we have a lot of artistic liberty where we actually move things around a little bit to make sure that the player can navigate on the decks, can navigate on the Mars freely.
You know, one thing I always say is Assassin's Creed, it's about credibility and authenticity. It's not simulation. It's not realism. And that was one of the mistakes we made really early on, was making the sailing much more simulation based. And we tried different prototypes and it was just way too complex. It made the controller really difficult to understand. It was not intuitive at all. We had this concept of tacking with the wind. So this is how do you appropriately take the wind to gain speed. It was really cool, but you were so focused on that you couldn't fight. We knew combat was going to be one of the most interesting parts of the naval. So we looked at how do we add more skill, but keep it accessible.
We had a new firing system, a targeting system, that makes you be able now to decide at what angle you want to fire. So that's actually bringing a lot of deepness in the gameplay, where you can now not only hide behind the wave, but shoot above them. So that brought a really cool new dynamic.
Because the scope of the game was really massive, and we knew that you know, you don't need tons of breadth on a mechanics level to have a fun game. You need, you know, have less systems with more depth.
It's a game that needs to make the franchise evolve towards something different, towards something more connected, preparing the next generation, you know, the next cycle, etc. So we were clear that we wouldn't totally revamp the core pillars of it, so the free run, the fight, the stealth, but we wanted to build upon, above that, adding some more that would fit into it, that would give to the franchise some new elements to work with in the future.
It feels amazing when things start coming together, and you see, you know, this thing that you helped plant long ago, the seed grow. And for sure, it's not going to grow exactly as you thought it would. But that's part of the fun of making games. It's very organic. You let the people's talents also help build this beautiful tree. And I'm gushing right now, but it's because I'm very proud of what we have. It took us, you know, it was a long road to get here, but it's been one of the best adventures I've ever been on. And this team has been fantastic. And I think people will see all of this positive stuff in the game itself. I think people will feel that we had fun making this game.
We wanted to do a pirate game set in the Caribbean, and we couldn't pretend the Caribbean to be just 4 locations. It would totally reduce this sense and this feeling of exploration and adventure we wanted.
AC is traditionally much more narrative driven with a bunch of side missions and collectibles. You know, some systemic stuff, but it wasn't really a sandbox. And so this, for us, was a new challenge to really make AC4 a sandbox.
Nice. Yeah, that was great. I wonder if there's like another part here. Because I talked about, right, there's like a second part. Oh, there's even a third part. Okay, hell yeah. I think what we're gonna do is we're probably gonna split it. I think I'm gonna watch one more part, then do a bit of gameplay, and maybe at the end of the stream we could like watch a bit more on the next one. Because we also still have this behind the scenes video. But I think we do that, watch like another part of the IGN series here, because it's been really interesting and insightful. But you sure as how have fun playing it. Yeah, dude. You definitely can tell that they had lots of fun doing it. I think it's really interesting how they also talk about how they like came to certain decisions, like how they made the naval system, and that they decided to actually simplify it a little bit and make it like a bit arcadey, so it's like still fun and not too simulation based. I think it's often forgotten the credit these teams deserve for like you know, creating like a fundamental gameplay system, and then how other teams kind of like draw from it and you know, can just like use the already finished gameplay system. Like how Rogue, for instance, can, you know, just take the entirety of Black Flag as a game essentially and just like modify parts of it, rather than having to create the entire game. I think it definitely deserves credit, like to games like Montreal for being like the innovative, you know, power behind the series, really. But yeah, let's have a look at the next part here. Creating a next-gen open-world Caribbean.
Traditionally, AC has a bunch of big maps that you have a bit of loading in between. And that's the way we've been building AC, that's the way we know how to build the world and structure it, and even, you know, from a very technical standpoint, that's how the mission structures work.
And so that was the first direction we tried, basically, as a natural evolution. But we soon enough realized that it wasn't fitting. I mean, we wanted to do a pirate game set in the Caribbean, and we couldn't pretend the Caribbean to be just 4 locations. You know, at the beginning of the game, we knew we had a big challenge to make this naval open world.
We did a bunch of different tests, different size maps, small ones, big ones, maybe 4 huge maps. I remember that was a big test. There was a huge debate over the 4 big maps. And then how do the cities integrate with this Caribbean world? You know, do we have Havana, that's one huge map, and then we have a separate map which is just water, ocean?
And if you imagine Cuba here and the Leeward Islands here and the top of South America and up to the Yucatan Peninsula, that creates a nice arena. And immediately the designers were thinking, that's perfect, that's our world right there. But as soon as I come to them with, well, actually, you know, all the pirates hung out in Nassau, which is above Cuba, they had to throw out that map and start again. So that's one way that research, you know, a good solid research, you know, pushes you in the right direction. You could not have done a pirate game with Blackbeard without having Nassau. It was just impossible.
Another element was the naval itself, making it open world, making the Caribbean world itself be a sandbox, which is something slightly different for AC. AC is traditionally much more narrative driven with a bunch of side missions and collectibles. You know, some systemic stuff, but it wasn't really a sandbox. And so this, for us, was a new challenge to really make AC4 a sandbox.
Our creative director, Jean Guidon, he said that our game would live and die by that feeling of getting on a ship, sailing, getting off a ship, roaming around an island, getting back on your ship.
As soon as we had that first map where we were driving and there was an island and we stopped at the island, jumped on it, and it was a big jungle. That jungle doesn't exist in the game anymore, but that feeling was incredible, and we knew instantly as soon as we did that for the first time. It was like, okay, this is the game. This is the magic. We felt it. Everybody in the room felt it.
There was an Ocean engine in AC3, but it was limited to linear missions. Now we have something that is systemic. Like if there's a storm coming up, the Beaufort level needs to increase and stuff like that. So all the technology had to be pushed to be working on next gen, and to be also adapted for the gameplay that we were trying to do.
The simulation AC3 was already able to handle big surface of simulation, but since we also increased the level of detail on AC4, we had to adapt the tech for that. We also had to adapt the fact that it's not only ocean, it's, you know, mass of islands and big islands all across these walls. At first we had very simple shape of waves, rounded shape, but very repetitive. You would see the pattern of the wave simulated quite obviously. There was no detail on the surface. There was no foam. There was no transparency. The water was totally opaque. So it was really crude at first, right? But it was important to get a feel and a sense of motion, even at those early stages, and also the sense of distance that we had to travel. We need to test the speed of the boat, how fast they would go. So it was, a mix of gameplay tests and visual and animation tests at first.
we have pushed the limit of the physics simulation to the point that the player can really feel when he's pushed by a wave, and you really have to play with the waves in order to sail from one location to another location. By doing that, we also reinforce the strength of the storm and the danger that the storm are creating in the world. And the player will feel this, will fear actually the storm when they're coming at him.
We are pushing, we're doing things that we wanted to do on AC3 that we couldn't because we didn't have the horsepower to do so.
The way we're set up in the team is that we have a dedicated team doing next gen, but we didn't want to have two separate teams. So we don't have like a team doing a next gen version and a team doing a current gen version. We really want to make sure that it was the same game, that was the same core experience for our players, but with a lot of enhancement on the next gen platform. So our next gen team consists mainly of a bunch of super good 3D programmers and very good technical directors that are able to create this little magic from technology that is built by the 3D team.
So things like texture resolution, tessellation of meshes, amount of particles, the detail of the FX, notably for all water interaction, objects falling in water, wave rippling on the surface, but also all the rendering effects like the level of precision of the caustics, and also the underwater, which is something new on AC4.
The Caribbean is very well known for its clear crystal waters and turquoise blue color stuff and very dreamy postcard style. But we didn't want to put that in too much in the game because we're trying to make a gritty, realistic pirate game. But after we did a little bit of research, we found out that the corals actually only look colorful when you're really up close to it. So that really plays well to what we're trying to portray. So that way we can use the corals to create interesting silhouettes. And then when you get up close to it, you will actually start feeling like, wow, this is actually the Caribbean.
In AC4, you will be able to jump out of those waters, swim and go on an island in a seamless manner.
We do load into our cities because the cities were just too big. And so here we decided to take a design decision and say, okay, here we're not going to push on the tech. We'll go easy and we'll load the cities because we felt it wasn't adding to the experience. However, the cities are there in the world. When people see them, you can drive up to them. You can see Havana with all its cathedrals in the world. It's there. It's not that it's a wall that you drive into and just loads. So this was one of the challenges early on. It was actually a bit hard to swallow for me to accept having that load, honestly. But then once it started working and once we saw how it was going to work on the game, it just all of a sudden it was like, okay, it makes sense.
So we already spent a lot of time in AC3 trying to figure out what was most fun to have a land versus sea gameplay. So we had a lot of learning. So at the beginning of AC4 we took all that learning, went back on paper and said okay, so what's the next step now and how we can make that fit in the open world.
I wanted to make it, of course, big, but more importantly, interesting for the player. So we had to consider how many different activities we needed to add in this world. We had to consider the density of those activities, how many encounters the player had to face when he's traveling in the world.
From AC1, we really wanted to bring back this open assassination. So the main assassination really are not driven, are not told step by step to the player. The goal is simple, the objective is clear, kill that guy.
So I needed to start thinking about the story in terms of when I give you a mission, typically through an opening cutscene, I need to leave the player with a goal that can be communicated through the mechanics that you have available to you. So that means more missions like steal that ship, kill that guy, infiltrate that fortress. Because these verbs can be, as soon as you get that verb, if I say to you, infiltrate, you as a player can be creative with the mechanics you have. You would say, I know how to infiltrate because I know how to climb, I know how to assassinate, I know how to do these things.
We actually are completely comfortable with people not going on the main path. We actually built systems to take them off the main path.
We have a hunting system not only for on the sea but on the ground. And they all are sharing the same system. So basically every time you kill an animal, you will be able to get the skin or other parts of the animal and craft some improvements, some upgrades for your own character. So basically the incentive to hunt is actually great. It's like how you can progress as a player.
Having a strong progression system allows us to build systems and activities and things that exist outside the main path that will still lure players to do them. And I think this is the biggest difference with this AC, is that we have the Jackdaw and there's a lot of upgrading to do with it. And at some points you have to upgrade because the game will get way too hard for you. We do have gates and missions that, we warn you before you start this mission that this is going to be too hard if you're not ready. So maybe go play in the world, build up a little bit, buy some more cannons. We actually want players to play the game as they wish. If you want to be more piratey about things, if you want to use the ship and do a lot of boarding and finish objectives that way, we don't stop you. If you want to be more stealthy about it, more assassin about it, the game is very open to that.
Rather than this kind of coming-of-age story where we see a young man thrown into difficult circumstances and the assassins provide a way forward, as it did with Ezio and Connor, certainly. Edward's approach is very different.
We put the control in people's hands and we ask them, how does it feel to be Edward? Do you feel an assassin? Do you feel a pirate? And unanimously, you feel it.
Alright. Yeah, I definitely do feel like a pirate playing that game. That's for sure. But yeah, that was great. We're definitely gonna keep on watching the series here of IGN. There's one more part, I think, called The Pirate Assassin, but we're gonna watch that next time, I think, along with the other behind-the-scenes video. But yeah, that was great. Really good insight into the creation process and the ideas behind the writing and the game world. And of course the gameplay. Yeah, dude, it's so good seeing all of these guys and talk about the ideas. Especially, of course, Darby McDevitt. Also John Guston and Ashraf Ismail. You can really tell how much passion they had for those games.
Morning, Kenway. Not a bad-looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, horny gold. Is it envy? Because mine's bigger than yours.
No, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff. So, you've got yourself a fancy brig now. Fine. Well, I'm gonna teach you how to sail her right. And how to take a prize the proper way. Thatch, we'll catch you up at the old fishing village. Aye. Where's your helmsman, Kenway?
I take pride in piloting my own ships, Ben. Keeps me alert.
Let's make some headway, shall we?
I've no need for schooling. How many prizes did we take together as privateers?
There's a chasm of difference between joining a raid and captaining one. We're looking out for merchants, boys! Them that's fat with cargo! Find us a schooner with that spyglass, Kenway. You'll get yourself a glimpse of what sort of cargo they're shipping and a general idea of their toughness.
Mr. Master Captain is going to show Edward how to be a pirate.
You won't find nothing squinting into the sun like that. Use your glass.
Yeah, Benjamin.
There's a prize worth taking?
Good. Take us in close. After you subdue a prize, project authority. Demand respect that you would never give yourself. This weaves a spell over soft minds. For your victims must always have in the back of their minds the uneasy idea that you can snap at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum. Fire what cannons you will, and land a few strikes if you must, but for God's sake don't sink her. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea. Although it can be done.
Alright, I finished talking. I want to wait until he's finished before we take this schooner here, to not cancel any dialogue.
She's disabled now and taking on a decent amount of water. So keep your cannons quiet. Take care not to sink her.
Okay, we gotta kill 3 guys here with the swivel gun. That's 2.
Que tengo un buen dia, senor. I am Captain Hornigold, and this is my crew. We're sailors like yourselves, but quite unalike in our purpose. For we intend to take all that you own. Yet no harm shall befall any man so long as he remains at ease. Is that clear?
No me mate, señor. Tengo familia. Se lo suplico.
Anyone speak English? English?
Little bit.
Tell your friends we're stealing your goods, and we won't hurt nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that?
Please to repeat.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Lock him in the hold, and take everything that isn't nailed down.
Nice going where Master Captain blows his own Hornigold. Yeah, I like Edward is just like, you know, standing there still, like not saying anything. It's like, yeah, you go ahead, Hornigold.
Get the main! Brace yourselves for collision!
It's a shaky feeling sailing about with this much stolen cargo.
Get used to it. We'll need to take a few more prizes to make this a profitable day.
Storm Captain, looks back!
Good shock of cripple! They're awfully close, sir!
Down to the drink! Down to the drink!
place up there!
Down to the drink!
Steer clear of the mines, Captain!
Fire! Loading in, sir!
Kill them all and feed the sea dogs!
Good take today, Kenway. Half a dozen scores of that size and you'll be set for a year. Now let's sell this cargo and fix up your jackdaw with a few more trinkets.
Solid, yeah? I'm looking for a price that will set me up for life. King of the West Indies, then.
You came to Nassau to get away from the likes of kings.
Well, I'll be a man of property and promise anyway.
Jesus, let that dream go. Nassau is the place to be, not it.
You ever dream of the big scores? So full of gold and silver.
Sure, but it's only a dream. Every man hopes to find a dozen chests of gold with no owner. It's rare and honest.
Kind of funny how that dialogue triggered while we had boarding going on here. That guy.
Crowd on every inch of
Hold there, Captain! Look back!
Awaiting order!
We're ready,
They're
sir!
so exposed! Take the shot!
Grapple him, sir!
Brace yourselves for collision!
I'll wipe him out! Down to the drink! Ready to fire, sir!
Okay, we still need to get some rum planet, I think, of the full sync requirement. Indeed. 20 rum total. Let's see if we can find a ship that actually holds some. Hey Fire Molecule, welcome in, dude. Indeed. Raising the black flag today. Got soft locked in black flag. How did that happen?
ship, sir!
Your ship stopped working or something. Damn. It's really unfortunate. Maybe there's a fix for that. I know that PC Gaming Wiki has sometimes fixes for stuff like that happening. Personally, I would recommend Black Flag over Rogue for now, because Black Flag also has like a much longer main story. Kind of like a more in-depth one as well. But Rogue is definitely good fun, like gameplay wise. Ah, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, Molecule. I think you can still be a hardcore AC fan even if you haven't played all of them.
Ease off the wind! Hauling all sail!
But yeah, that definitely gives you something to look forward to if you wanna play the other ones eventually. Because there's like so many good games in the series, dude.
Cruise up! Eat her six!
Ease the spanker! Hold down!
So which AC games haven't you played yet, Molecule?
Necesita algo?
Right, so we can buy the first hull upgrade. Oh yeah. Very important against, you know, the damage that you can receive against like multiple ships.
Not a bad take today. Keep this up and Nassau will be the first city where men and women may live as God made them. Easy and free. All it takes is a few drops of blood, sweat, and a swatch of cloth.
We fly no colors out here, but praise the lack of them. So let the black flag signal nothing but your allegiance to man's natural freedoms. This one's yours. Fly it proud.
I will. A hand over the docket I lent you. If we're to keep our republic afloat, we'll need guns as well as gold.
That means attacking the Navy.
So long as they're flying King Philip's colors will not offend our own monarch. As you've likely seen, the number of merchants roving these waters is 70 the number of military ships.
Aye, easy purchase, but in small doses.
Right. So to lure the Navy out of hiding, it's best to cause a bit of mischief.
Catch a few small fish to attract the big ones.
That's right. So plunder and
Sail
pillage as
ho!
you see fit, Captain
Military
Kenway.
class brig on the horizon!
Good eye, man. Are you ready for this, Kenway? She won't go down without an honest fight.
Who's up for taking that brig, lads? Shout aye! That's a sound I like to hear. Pipe to quarters! All hands to cannons!
Careful around the Navy. They're as likely to ram you as fire a broadside.
Let's test those powder barrels against them, shall we?
Aye, good thinking.
I got Molecule. So you haven't played Rook yet, but you played all the games for at least a couple hours. Which games haven't you finished yet? Or I guess which games have you finished? With any specific ranking for the games, or is it just you always like to rank stuff? No, I think it's very popular within the fan base of AC actually to go for like rankings. Maybe it's tricky. I would rather put them like in tiers, I guess, rather than doing like an actual chronological ranking. So like from very good to very bad or something. But yeah, I definitely do like to think about, you know, which games I enjoy for which reasons. For sure. So game soft locked after this part. I gotcha. That's a shame, dude. Fortunately, it's not that early, like that late in the game. So you can like get to this point again very fast if you manage to resolve the issue. But yeah, it's still super annoying. Oh yeah, right. That's one of my favorite chanties.
Take the shot! Avoid her ramming! Fire! Good shot to trigger! Holding the stun! Bring them up tight! Loose and grip two! Douse all but men! And out of sail! Loose all and twin job to the wing! Fire! We've been scored! Her ability to ram us!
There we go. So we've done the AC1 Ezio Collection Unity Syndicate. Also how the Syndicate has the best word vocab all that game needed was better by current combat. My friends treat Black Flag like the Holy Grail of AC games, so really interested to play it. Yeah, like Black Flag is just a game that really kind of like got a lot of people to appreciate the game, not just AC fans.
Over the top!
Because it really delivers on both the assassin fantasy but also on the world building of the lore of AC. It really blends these two worlds together quite nicely. Yeah, I think it's the first game that really appealed to like people that didn't care for the AC stuff too much. Nice, got some good metal here. Metal is like one of the most important materials to get. Because you need it for like, you know, cannons, for mortars, the how, almost everything. Okay, so we have to plunder a hunter ship and 30 sugar. Let's go for the 2 ships here. However, that is currently more important. I'm gonna go for it first. But what you find curious is that there's those who say there's nothing about the AC of a Creed in Black Flag. Even though there are too many things in the game that include assassins and the creed. Yeah, dude. Just they saw that you know, being a pirate and being an assassin doesn't align that well with the whole, like, you know, stay blade from the flesh of the innocent. So they decided to keep it, you know, keep him a pirate until the end of the game, when he decides to go with their ways. It's also about the character progression, right, from him transitioning from a pirate to an assassin eventually. Shit, I actually take a lot of damage. I think I have a ram yet, do I?
Almost ready, sir! Fire! Cannon! Take the
Fuck. 2 ships here. Could be a bit tricky. That's one down. Let's spot this guy. I love that music. Okay, the Banshee. Yeah, Valhalla made 1 billion or something. First AC game to ever get to that point. I reckon it's also a lot due to the microtransactions and stuff, at least partially. But definitely undeniable that it also did really well on like sold copies and stuff department. Yeah, I guess the microtransactions and also like having 2 years of content. I reckon, you know, the Dawn of Ragnarok DLC also maybe boosted it a little bit.
No mistake. Now I think it's time to lay low and drive our way back into secrecy.
Agreed. So, how do we get rid of this notoriety we've stirred up?
Money, my boy. A well-placed bribe to the right government official. See the military off your tail.
Right, let's do that. I'll need to get some arrows at some point.
Smart thinking.
There's a good shock of crippler!
Loose and trim too! Awaiting your We're going to hit them! And out some sail!
It's vulnerable there, Captain! Fire! Working on it!
Aim's out, let's go!
Fire! Captain, well-placed shot taking a hit!
Reef! Short and all sail!
Fire! Enemy sails up!
Loose and trim too! Crew up! Crew up!
Oh shit, now we also have a pirate hunter here. That's not good.
Stay close to her,
Crew's up! Eat her sticks! Fire! She's weak as right there! Fire! Ready to fire! Look up! Fire! We've been at them along! Now sword stay!
Brace yourself for collision!
Fire! Fire! Incoming fire! Cannon ready!
Time to help! Fire!
Oh shit.
We're ready, sir!
Got like a lot of people involved now in the fight here.
Await Awaiting orders, sir! Got us that tight!
Use 10 shots to slow her down.
They're all exposed! Take the shot, sir! Fire!
Okay, let's spot you so we can get some health back. A good 500 million for money is microtransactions. Really? I didn't know that. Like, I know that a lot of people ask for like detailed statistics, but as far as I knew, they weren't released yet. But reading an interview about Dawn of Ragnarok DLC, and this is a part of the article interview, Popov shares a development anecdote that shows even the team couldn't agree on which is the best way to play an AC game. During the development of the different powers, several different members of the team came to me and said this power is super powerful, and everybody's going to play just with this one. But then on the same day, another member of the team would come and speak to you about different powers saying the same thing. For Isolor, we try a bit vague and not very open to what we say, but I feel that stoking the fire's imagination and letting the players discover these connections for themselves super powerful and something that they will enjoy a lot. Yeah, sounds about right. It sounds like how I expected the game to be over DLC, and doesn't increase my excitement at all. It's like, yeah, we don't want to really make a statement about the Isolor. Give it to the player. It's like, what's the point? Eva for 18, welcome in, dude. It's going very good. Enjoying some good old Black Flag today. But yeah, right, that was my impression of the DLC so far, and it doesn't really make me excited, I have to say.
Concentrate, batten yourselves! Those all but me! Fire! That's where the fire! No! The ground in order! Fire! Hold her in! Hold her in! Get off the wing! Fire!
There, sir! Good shot, Crippler! Ready to bark, sir!
Fire! Please! Stands up! Let's get moving!
Clapples and border, sir! We'll be knocking them up, sir!
Follow them in the wheel!
Game had about a few 110 million first weekend, considering the game had sold 1.8 billion on first weekend. Damn. Going good, just getting to start on work. You need notification, you can hear work stuff in your sleep. Aw, damn, dude. Yeah, I mean, definitely know you need notification if work is like following you in your dreams. That's for sure. Ah, damn. Yeah, I heard about that molecule, that they kind of like got some games for like really cheap or even free, depending on the store that you were in. Not the first time it happens either. Execute the prisoners. Yeah, we get to that point later, Mola. Right now we can only repair the jack door, unfortunately.
With what we have taken, we can ship, Captain.
Grease the topsails and gallants!
Topsails!
Tops! Gallants! Royals! Studs!
Taking a vacation first week of April, so until then you'll be on every morning to hang out with you. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, that sounds awesome with the vacation. I hope you will enjoy it. Hold up. I get to that place from here. I just missed it. Fair enough. Do you have any plans for vacation for 18? Like where to go? You got Far Cry 2 for free using this considering you just saved like $5, you won't complain. Yeah, fair enough, dude. I released another trailer for the next Batman movie. It's like how many other now. You swear we've done like 4 trailers or something. Yeah, but like we gotta keep up the hype. No. If it's gonna be longer for the movie to be released, then we gotta have another trailer. Gonna drive up to your sister's house and take care of the kids while she goes to, you think, Spain with her husband. Ah, okay, gotcha. Spending some time with the nephews and nieces. That's always good.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Hold down! Hold down!
Hold down and crew up! Furl those men!
Yeah, that sounds good for 18. Will you be streaming from over there as well?
¿En qué puedo ayudarlo hoy?
I can't buy anything right now.
Si me necesita, estaré por aquí.
I would help you lose the hounds, Captain.
Right, so similar to the other AC games, you have like a notoriety system. So if you sink a lot of ships, then the pirate hunter will come eventually after you. And depending on your notoriety level, they get like a stronger fleet of like ships to go after you. You can however bribe these guys to lose your notoriety, or you can board a ship and then have like lose notoriety as well that way. But yeah, that's kind of like the easiest way. Let's get this viewpoint here actually. I haven't seen the Uncharted movie yet. Have you seen it? Oh, it was really fun. Okay. I don't know. I heard people were really split on it. If kind of like coming from the games, but it seems to do well like financially. Yeah, that's fair for 18. And after Odyssey, you spent like so much time in like one game alone. And then Valhalla's like also kinda huge. But yeah, Valhalla was grateful.
Here's the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Fight needed some music. For sure, dude. Also, these guys are staying motionless now, I think. After that fight. But better live up to the hype. In series though, you don't care if it ends up being bad. They would just reboot Batman again in a couple of years if it turns out terrible. Yeah, I mean, one thing's certain, there's always gonna be kind of like a generation of Batman movies, I guess. There's been for ages. For decades. Ah, okay, gotcha fighting. Yeah, that's fair. How did you like New Game Plus in comparison to like the regular game? Okay, how about we get the shanty that's on this island?
Parece un poco...
If I'm not wrong, isn't the game like 150 hours for 100%? Yeah, I think it took me like between 120 to 150 for the 100%, including the DLCs for Odyssey. But I also, you know, definitely try to play efficiently and not wasting too much time, I guess. The new DLC where Alexis takes a vacation was kinda cool, but you wish they had committed to killing a certain character rather than a fake out. Ah, okay. I haven't seen the Odyssey part yet of the crossover, only the Valhalla part. Personally think Origins will now be the true last good AC game. Yeah, Origins was fantastic. I really love that game a lot. But I think Valhalla is also really good as an AC game. It has like a lot of qualities, especially of modern day and Isolor.
¿Necesita algo?
Okay, still can't access that. We can buy some brutal cannons from the cabins though. Is killing everyone you come across efficient? Crap gonna take you 200 hours. I mean, it can be efficient. Depending on your build, I guess. Okay, let's have some sugar and rum. Why is the rum always gone? Because Captain Edward Kenway had to sell it again.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar. Oh, we could actually change our appearance, maybe. Can't get the crimson cells for? Why is that? Progress further in the main story. Ah, okay. Never mind. Also got a couple outfits we can choose from. And I also unlocked the Altair and Ezio robes, as well as Connor. It's kind of funny, I never had these unlocked until I actually changed my username in Uplay to my account name. And that actually unlocks these legacy outfits in Black Flag, otherwise you won't get them. You have to match your account name. Haven't decided yet though if I'm gonna make them as a reward to redeem. Maybe Connor's outfit, because it would fit into the time period a bit more. But Ezio and Altair kind of don't. Yeah. Play as Connor's outfit and look for Chartsley. But I think for next time we're gonna get the reward going. You hate how this game uses the fonts. It doesn't bother me too much, to be honest.
You're a wonder, Kenway. You've a knack for this kind of work.
It ain't work if you love it.
It's hard.
But I ain't doing this forever, lads. Only until I get enough coin to buy some land and influence back home.
Jesus, will you listen to your tripe? Still dreaming on about that strumpet back in England when you could have any better you wanted here and now.
Ah, such lofty goals for you gents. And here I thought I was in the company of scoundrels. Fine purchase today. What's the crew's mood?
All smiles and no teeth. And there's a few talking about meeting with Master Kid to steal from a nearby plantation.
Plantation? That's ambitious.
Profitable too, if we can manage it.
Aye. It's a good idea.
I think it's kind of interesting that Hornetgoat is kind of like trying to get Edward to stay and to kind of like abandon his marriage by starting a new life here. Because he's kind of like later, you know, trying to teach the pirates a lesson, you know, about how to be honorable and, you know, that they aren't, essentially. But then he's kind of making those suggestions to Edward. Also, hey there, The Darkness TV. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thought it was weird but neat when you saw bikes in the AC3 remaster. Yeah, it's definitely feeling a bit odd having like, you know, an outfit from a completely different time period. But I think as long as it's kind of like technically existing in the game world, because it came like before, and I guess it's kind of alright. It's kind of weird for having, for example, Jacob Fry's outfit in AC3, I think, from like the future. Some of it capitalized, some of it not. Gonna do some work. Good day, lasses and parrots. Yeah, no worries, Molecule. Have a good one.
Unfold, mates! Let's move!
Loose all! Hearty like!
Reef in, all top!
Okay, let's have a look into our cabin. Let's see if we can get more upgrades. Okay, let's get the Crimson Celts, because I quite like those. Reminds me of Sinbad, the animated movie from DreamWorks, I think. Because his ship was kind of like a bit Chinese looking, with red celts. Does remind me of the Jackdaw sometimes. Even though the Jackdaw is technically of Spanish origin, but does have like a similar size and stuff. Okay, let's get a ram so we can actually collide with ships without taking damage. Let's definitely increase the round shot strength. We could get a mortar already, that would be fantastic. Let's get heavy shots. And increase the swivel strength as well. Okay, we could also increase our round shot strength even further. I think I do that actually. The faster we get our ship upgraded, the better.
Get the mains free! More sail! All sail!
Got some metal over there. If you wanna have a look at that.
Skip on is a rover, do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the meat is never sober, do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the bosun is a tailor, do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, we'll all go on a jamboree, do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, the packet is a-rolling. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Boker, we're pulling all together. Do me Johnny Boker, do. Give the order, sir. Ready to fire, sir. Ready to fire, sir.
I like how we didn't even have to go on the enemy ship there. Just using explosions and stuff.
I could use some good men.
Give me some speed! All sail! She'll take it!
Unfurl aloft! Man your sheets!
Sir, to the starboard! Floating booty there for the taking, sir!
Ooh, there's a hunting opportunity over here. Let's check that out actually. We haven't done any of the harpooning yet. Shit, there's like a lot of materials in the water.
Ease off the wind! Until at last the frigate shut down pirates and
pull up all the men!
Sail down along the coast. Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Move all! Party line!
Go high, go low, and so
Captain! There's sea critters to spear here! There's some good meat for spearing here, Captain!
Ready the whaleboat, lads.
He's over there! Secure the rope! Off we go! The beast is hurt! Nice one! Success! It's a hit! The rope snapped, Captain! Any sighting? Look out! Forward! Give it a shot! One more time!
Got him.
He's a monster!
Toad is like, who are you calling a monster? I'm no monster.
Starboard command! Cast away! Think he's alive, sir? Lowlands away, her cheeks were wet, her eyes did weep. She came to me at my bedside. Lowlands away. Down to the drink! No match! Breaking up this! Down! Trim the yards off the wind! Sun's out! Let's get moving!
Sir, who's top to starboard? Seems we got a survivor.
Starboard cabin! See what cargo is, sir? Just hear the old man say goodbye,
Stands up with a will.
And hey there, After White Crocodile. Welcome in, cousin. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Indeed, cousin Crocrate. How's it going, fellow crocodiles? Welcome in, Mythical Goose as well. Hey there, Sludge Pie. Hey there, Ash's Place. How are you guys doing? Thanks for the follows for Mythical Goose. I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome into some AC Black Flag. We do actually have crocodiles in this game, by the way. But yeah, how was your stream today? I hope you had a good time playing some Children of Mortar. How's that game? I haven't heard of it actually before. And Sludge Pie and Ashen Place, thank you also for coming in and for the follows. Thanks for a shout out as well there to After White Crocodile Rod. I appreciate it, dude. So yeah, for anybody that didn't come with a raid, definitely go and check out the channel. Gotta make sure to also leave you a follow today, because I didn't actually know that you were also a streamer. You good? They made you hungry talking about food for half an hour. I know how that's like, dude. Definitely been there before. I do like to talk about food as well quite a lot, so it's easy to get hungry over here sometimes. It's fun. It's a dungeon crawler, you guess. Ah, okay. That was your third stream. I see. Very nice, dude. It's actually late, so you're gonna lurk. Be back on the next one. No worries, Ashes. Have a good one. Have a good night. And yeah, catch you next time. Thanks again for dropping by with the raid there. No worries, Ronnie. You have a good one, dude. Hope everything goes well in the laboratory. And yeah, we will catch you next time as well. For anybody that hasn't checked out Ronnie yet, he's also a streamer, currently playing some Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. He's also doing a playthrough of AC Unity, where he's playing for the game with a limited HUD challenge as well. And yeah, I was just really a fan of like story-driven open world games. And he likes hats. He also likes to steal hats in games if if they allow him to. It worked. Hey there, Grammy. Good evening. Welcome in.
A little bird told me that something.
A little bird told me that it's bad, it's bad. It's kind of funny. Or they kind of like pretend like they're talking something, but it's just like gibberish.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need a.
This is the lamb
Where's
sauce.
the lamb sauce?
Right here, chef. I
Lamb
have
sauce is coming up.
You told about the lamb sauce location. That's it. But of course, as a player, you don't actually hear it. You hear it as gibberish because it has to be and remain a secret. Doko. Who's a good boy? Alright, let's have a look around here. What do we have? Oh, there's a USC chest. Also got a message in a bottle. And a treasure map. Okay, I'm gonna go to that USC chest first because they're quite rare. They spawn like randomly depending on if you're online it's, or not as well. It's funny because in Liberation the crowd vocals are garbed by taking the audio they recorded and reversing them. Oh really? I didn't realize I was reverse actually. It's a funny way of doing it. Ooh, that was like loads of money. Oh yeah. Right, so for these messages in the bottle, we're kind of like waiting until we get the first letter. And then we're gonna read as far as we can, so we have like a proper chronology of events of the letters. We actually got a new fauna entry of the bull shark. So called because of their short snouts and their tendency to headbutt prey, bull sharks are commonly found in warm shallow waters. They are extremely aggressive and dangerous to humans. The females are larger than the males, and adults measure well over 7 feet, 2.15 meters long. Not sure if it was done just to not have to worry about actually recording too much dialogue, or if it was because of it being edited by Abstergo Entertainment. That's a good point as well. We could definitely use it as like a reason of like events and some things being like a bit reversed. Maybe they didn't want the dialogue to be heard either, because it was like putting people like the Templar leaders in like a bad light or something. Who knows? And thanks for sharing that again with the Kenway command rod. So for anybody wondering, we actually start the Kenway Saga not with AC3, which would be like the release order, but rather with Black Flag, because this time we want to do like a proper historical playthrough and like order of events. And Black Flag is actually the first in the time order because it starts in 1715, and then AC3 starts all the way back in 1782. So kind of like jumping back and forth between the games of this like engine, and yeah, kind of like try to have like a proper historical order of events. Hey there, Tex Nonic, welcome in. How's it going? Shark time, yeah. We harpooned just one of these guys. I'm really looking forward to getting to Rogue, Free and Liberation and kind of like jumping back and forth. It's gonna be interesting. We kind of get a bit of a better feeling of like how events influence each other as well, I guess.
Well, that'll do. And how?
How am I gonna technically going to switch? Will I have a transition screen as I swap games? That's a good point actually. I thought about just like preparing kind of like a slideshow for each of the games really, and also like a soundtrack selection, I guess, so I can just activate it whenever I switch to that game accordingly. Other than that, I can use the same like game capture and stuff to record different games. So yeah, I could just like you know, close the game, change title and stuff, and then switch it into the new one. But for a few minutes that it takes, I'll probably just go into the be right back screen and you know, take like 2 minutes or so to do it. But yeah, the switches shouldn't happen too fast though. Like usually you play a few sequences back to back before you switch to another game. So I could probably also treat it as like a proper break in between the game change. But yeah, overall I'm just gonna prepare for each game individually, so I can just switch to the like art stuff accordingly.
Why, look! It's the bastard son of the late William Kidd. Still a mere boy, and yet 10 times the demon his father was.
Fancy seeing you here, Kenway. Still looking sleek and mean. Did you steal that costume from a dandy in Havana?
No, sir. I found this on a corpse. One that was walking about and talking shite to my face only moments before.
Huh.
So, what's this I hear about a planned raid on a plantation? Not keeping secrets from me, are you?
Not very well. Every day, schooners packed with sugar sail past, coming from plantations nearby. Most times they stop here, sell off a few crates. There's one man visiting today that'd earn you a fine profit. So if you'd like to rob his plantation, I'll point him out.
I would. Is it a Mr. Beckford that owns this plantation?
That's the man. He owns dozens round these islands. And he's bloody rich.
Just the sort I like to see robbed.
His agent is around here somewhere. Find and follow him, and he'll lead you straight to your prize.
Edward being like Robin Hood, wanna steal from the riches and give it to the poor, being himself, of course.
It gladdens me to hear your saying so. But despite the waywardness of your enterprise here, I understand that you are men of discernment.
But Lovett reaction to finding out Edward killed an assassin? Yeah. It's definitely kind of like making it curious, like, you know, how did that happen and why did Edward decide to kill the assassin? Which reminds me of a movie called Time Bandits. John Cleese plays Robin Hood in it. Ah, that's right. I think you mentioned that one before. I still haven't seen it, but it sounded really interesting. And I do love John Cleese. It's a pretty 80s fantasy wiki. It also has I Am Homo plays Bilbo as Napoleon, and Sean Connery plays Agamemnon. Ah, interesting.
20-month pod wow Kermipples Crook 1 Happy Ezio Oddens Fat Oddens Sherlock.
But wow. Oh. The mice. Thank you so much for the 20 months of resubbing.
Good harvest this year. You may not talk so loud, sir.
I hope you're having a great day. How are you doing today, dude?
We came to quite an understanding. As you see, sir. Hold up and unfurl, boys. We're going home.
Welcome to some Black Flag. And thanks for a shout out to the mice as well, Rod. I appreciate it. So the mice is also a huge fan of Assassin's Creed like Black Flag. Currently he's been playing some Watch Dogs 2 actually. His first time playing that game. Also Just Cause as well as Forza Horizon 5.
Captain,
So lots of great games to catch up there.
crafting a bold idea. Look, I've seen before.
You mark well, Annie. I just overheard one of the Beckford's men talking grandly about his plantation and all the cargo he's keeping there, and it gave me the idea that I might take these goods off him and sell them off for a better price than he'd ever ask.
Ah, a man of vision. like this idea.
Yeah, that ship is a bit too big currently.
There's a man afloat there, sir!
Careful, Captain! His waters
Hold
are
that.
close.
There's trouble afoot.
I see them.
Oh, nice, nice. So do you have like any movies that you think of currently that you would like to watch? Maybe some Spider-Man, since you put Buddy McGuire on that message. Spider-Man 3 maybe. Would be a good one. Okay, so we gotta stay out of combat for this full sync requirement here. Gotta do a bit of ship stealth.
I think we're clear, sir.
Cruise up! Eat her sticks!
More! Hold
As much sail as you can!
Loose tops and royals!
Good old tailing missions.
Reef in all tops!
Fuck.
Furl the mizzen tops!
Thank God that ship didn't go
More sail!
this way.
Full sail!
Cruise down! Man your sheets! I think we're clear, sir.
Okay, that works.
Working for Peter Bagford's people. Do you know them? The Bagfords and their sugar empire.
Aye. The Beckfords and the Draxes. I never worked their plantations, but I knew their names from hearing other men curse them.
But you worked the plantation, no?
A modest one, aye. As a striker in the
Boiling house? Was it water they boiled? Or something else?
cane juices. It's a hard process making sugar. Dangerous, too. Must be why it fetches such a dear plant.
What's it like? Toiling on a plantation day and night?
Well, with the cane sugar cut and harvested, it's run between two metal rollers to crush the juice from the plant. After collecting the juice, it was time to boil away the waters from the sugar. This we did in tatches of copper. Let me tell you, brother, boiling sugar is near the hottest thing on earth. Just a touch on the skin, it stick like bird lime and burn on, leaving a terrible scar.
Jesus.
Indeed. You might actually need to finish off the last EP of Reacher on Amazon Prime, and yeah, you do need to go back to the Buddy McGuire Spider-Mans, as you watched for first recently. I'll have to get back around to the others. Ah, I gotcha. Nice suit.
It's a risk to anchor too close.
Yeah, I love this movie so much.
Would catch us for sure.
Drop here then and sneak ashore. We'll look after the jackdaw. Furl the mains! Reef those gallants!
I think the second might actually be my favorite of the three. What I love about the second is kind of like how it really focuses on Peter Parker a bit more. Like, and kind of like his struggle between being Spider-Man and being Peter Parker. It's also like, you know, it's really like a depressing story for Peter in some ways, because he just doesn't get some slack. Like, nothing goes right for him in any way. But there's of course some redemption towards the end. Okay, let's get over here first, so don't run out of a timer. But this music reminds you of some of the music from Rise of the Tomb Raider when you're in Jacob City. That's actually an interesting comparison as well, yeah. I can see it.
What's happened here? Why such disarray?
Bit of a do, sir, that's all. It's Wilmington's birthday. And you saw fit to get pickled on duty.
Don't bother, sir. We have everything sorted.
We'll soon see, won't we? For you must double the watch this evening.
Double, sir? Whatever for?
I believe I was followed here, young man. By pirates, if my eyes honour me, though the ship was uncommonly large for such rascals. Certainly wasn't slavers, though, not a ship that size. In any case, double the watch. And keep your damned eyes wide for anything suspicious. You up there! Look alive, man! You've a job to do!
Apologies, sir. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
For God's sake, what the hell is going on here today? How do you suppose you'll be able to ring that alarm if you're pissed drunk and barely able to stand?
Everybody's like wasted a sec.
I'd like to speak to the man in charge here. I require entrance to the warehouse. Which of you dogs has the key to the warehouse, huh? Is there no one sober here? Fetch me the warehouse key, if you please.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
The key, goddammit! Someone find me the key!
You come back here!
With that
No, you don't!
Yeah, the timing was good.
Oh!
Was a bit too close. Overall.
Faster, ladies. We don't leave till it's done. You! Hog!
Interloper, raise the alarm!
What? Dead? Someone must pay.
Interloper. Raise the alarm.
Powder? Good King Phil should look to his men.
It's a me, Mario!
It's me.
High precision getter.
High precision getter. Okay, we gotta sabotage one more alarm bell here. So let me do that.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Give Amox Reso. Welcome in. Nice. Cheers, Rod. Thank you, dude. Oh, we actually have a Mayan city over here. Okay, how about we get the Mayan Stele and the viewpoint as well. Right, so mine puzzles are basically environmental puzzles which award you a Mayan stone, and we get to a location eventually where we can place those stones in for a unique reward connected to the Mayans. Yeah, the plan is to get all of these Mayan stones and unlock the reward behind the door. Let's see if we can find the shanty as well.
No.
Right, I think that's everything on this island that I want to get. Actually, there's some monkeys we could hunt. Let me see real quick if I can find 2 of them.
Who's staying sails?
Come on those stairs! Hold that blow!
Ghost the gallants and royals! Reef the ground on every inch of sail!
And I love the lighting so much in this game. Kind of like how they created the different time periods of the day as well. Let's actually have a look into our captain's cabin here. I wanna see it's we can get another upgrade of a ship. We could increase the chase cannons of the ram strength. Heavy shot could be pretty good actually. But it was fun to play using the sheet to change the time of day. Yeah, dude. I've actually looked into some sheets the other day because the playthrough got me curious, and it's just such funny ones. We can also like turn all the enemies into like rabbits, I think, from Rayman and Rabbits or something, and stuff like that. Let's actually go ahead and upgrade the heavy shot. Could also increase the mortar storage. That could be quite nice. However, I think I'm going for the harpoon strength for now. So we have an easier time hunting some of the more healthy creatures.
Captain has veins out. Let's go.
Let's have a song then.
Where am I to go? Where am I to go?
But unfortunately on the safer use you didn't have all the sheets unlocked. Safer you got 100% on, you wanted to keep the timestamp on, since you hadn't ever gotten 100% until that playthrough. Ah, okay, I gotcha. That's definitely fair, dude. But yeah, it can be tricky getting all of the challenges done and unlocking like actual odd cheats. Especially with some of the online, stuff as well. Like the chests and all that.
good day's hunting.
We actually have a treasure map which fits to this place. Okay. Wait, that's not the one. I think that's the one. Isn't it? There we go. Ava Songs for Life. It's going very good with this game, yeah. Enjoying the heck out of this. Played it a few times before already. But yeah, I love it. How are you doing? Doing good. That's nice to hear. Reckon you've also played this game before. Yeah, I wanna get one more deer. Nice. We can get another health upgrade. Oh yeah. You got it on Nintendo Switch right now playing? Ah, nice. I think it's really awesome how many of the AC games are now available on the Switch. Recently they also released the Ezio trilogy, right? For that platform. So that's really nice as well.
Here's to our pirate republic, lads. We're prosperous, and free, and out the reach of kings, clergy, and debt collectors.
Near 500 men now pledge their allegiance to the Brethren of the Coast in Nassau. Not a bad number.
Truth. Yet we lack sturdy defenses. If the king were to attack the town, he'd trample us.
Then let us find the observatory. If it does what these Templars claim, we'll be unbeatable.
Not that twaddle again, Kenway. It's a story for schoolboys. I mean, proper defenses. Steal a galleon, shift all the guns to one side. And make a nice ornament for one of our harbors.
It will not be easy to steal a full Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind?
I do, sir. And I'll show you. She's a fussock, she is. Fat and slow.
Yeah, Black Flag just really has a lot of tragic deaths and really sad moments, I feel. was fun and entertaining the first half of the game, as the second half is like very much dealing with the consequences of a pirate life, I guess. And yeah, it's not pretty. But there's also a really strong part about the story of Black Flag, I feel.
Jackdaw handles not.
Because all of these losses add to Edward's kind of like character growth, I guess.
In the midst of a hurricane.
Just before the treasure fleet was smashed against the shore.
Was the haul aboard as rich as men are saying?
1,000 times that. I reckon £1 million worth of reals was sunk that day.
Devil, love, hurricane. We have a dive there one day. See what we can rummage up.
Diving them wrecks would be a nice change of pace for us. No need for violent actions against merchants and such.
Well, that's some soft talk coming from a pirate. As it happens, I mostly agree. We'll save the clashing of cutlasses for the military. And them that get in our way.
And Stonks, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Jay, the wreck we're talking about now actually happened in advance of a lot of the real pirate activity. Was the reason many pirates came to be. That's interesting, yeah.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind.
I think it's interesting in general, like how some people became pirates, I guess. I really like the whole backstory also with the Spanish Succession War and how a lot of people just became privateers doing piracy in the name of a crown, I guess. Only to then lose their kind of like job after the war ended and continue doing so.
Don't soil your breeches, lads. I got this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's really interesting with, you know, how privateers became pirates. Definitely gives you a different perspective on the pirates, I guess, as a whole.
Stunts up! Let's get moving! Got it all on, lads! All in the stunts! Let out the sail!
There she is. Saga de Maestro.
Aye, and we'd not last long face to face with her. Hear that, Kenway? Keep your distance. We'll strike when fortune favors us.
The cover of darkness, most likely.
Aye, it may come to that.
Okay, do I actually have a full sync requirement here? I don't. Assassino. Jay, there was one moving Spain, France, England in the region. There were many privateers in the region who were let go after the war. The wreck happened right around the same time frame. So they all needed money and had nowhere to go and became pirates searching for the treasure. Yeah. It's really interesting how first they fought in the name of a crown and then got hunted in the name of a crown. Since it didn't work for them anymore. And you can't really blame the pirates either for like wanting to create their own state and be independent. But yeah, obviously that wasn't in the interest of the British colonies and the colonial politic either. Oh, nice, we found a white whale. It's quite rare. ship over here. It's annoying.
It's a brig! Spanish ensign! They're all alone, sir!
Cruise up! Ease her sticks!
From off the wind, my boy! Ease her!
As much sail as you can!
You ride the wind, for all she's worth!
Ship coming after us, sir! That's a man of war,
I think we've lost
sir!
them, sir.
Spaniards! That's the lone ship gun!
I love that guy so much who does like office shoutouts. Also just the accent. It's so good.
Grease the topsails, gallant! All sail! She'll take it!
Aloft, lads! Check those royals!
Now's all but main! Loose mainsail! Loose all and trim sharp to the wind!
I know she's a good sailor! Now prove it, my trumps!
He's a great actor. He was offered in a recent live-action series where Bruce Wayne was a kid. Oh, really?
As much sail as you can!
In Gotham? Is that the one? Ah, cool. I had no idea, actually. That's really nice.
Sir, to the starboard! Survivor here, sir!
That man of war sure has a lot of rum and sugar. Perfect for Blackbeard. Ah no, that's Vane, isn't it?
Charles. Reckless as they come.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
I call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect it.
Round it all on!
Captain, look, mortars!
Shorten sail! Kill off the squall! Give me some speed! Brace yourself!
Got us that tight!
Trim the yards off the wind!
Okay, we still don't have an option objective here. Just want to check.
Breathe! Shorten all sail! Loose and catch the wind! Every last scrap of
They're firing mortars!
Sugar just rum that doesn't know yet. Exactly.
Charles Vane, slinking on, his tail.
Use one broadside to sink 2 ships. Use heavy shot to sink ships.
Bleeding
Okay.
bastards! We'll have to deal with this skirmish fast. Forget the galleon, and send these interlopers to hell!
Ready to put all sail! She'll take it!
Okay, that might be a bit tricky. I don't use this with a gun just yet.
Here it comes! Steady, lads!
Douse the gallants and royal!
The planks! Down they go!
Okay, there we go. Both at the same time there.
Fasten yourself!
Remembering the sync requirements for one of the naval missions in 3. Oh, dude. That's something I'm definitely looking forward to. Because yeah, some of them are so damn brutal.
She's sailing for that island.
I know the place. A natural stronghold used by a French captain named Ducasse.
Julian Ducasse, the Templar.
Name's right. Didn't know he had a title.
I know the man. And if he sees my ship, he'll know it from his time in Havana, meaning he may wonder at who's sailing her now. I can't risk that.
And I don't want to lose that galleon. Let's think on it. And maybe wait till it's dark before hopping aboard.
Hopping aboard.
Captain has the helm.
Get the mains free!
It's a matter over there. I don't want to get involved with that fight there. Maybe get attacked by the frigate or something. I don't have that much health right now. You think one of the annoying ones is a giant of a storm, where you have to expose the explosive barrels of the enemy ships and destroy them at their weak point or free ships. Dude, that's the most annoying one, hands down. Because it's definitely RNG involved, like that's one tactic you can do, which makes it easier. But it's just like RNG. To a certain degree. When the weak points are getting exposed or not, or if the damage is too much to actually sink the ships. The fact you have to do it on all three is kind of like ridiculous. What I usually like to do is I like to use the chain shot to kind of like incapacitate them. And then position myself in front of them to kind of like just do like regular non-charge attacks, because that increases the chance quite a bit. But yeah, it's just like tricky. I think ramming the weak point spot would also be working, but depending on your upgrade and how good the ram already is, I can also just like, you know, sing them. So it's very tricky, to say the least. Love that soundtrack here.
Gentlemen, as is custom among our kind, we do not plunge headlong into folly on the orders of a single madman, but act according to our own collective madness. The object of our attention is a square-rigged galleon, and we want her for the advantage she'll bring Nassau. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favor of storming this cove and taking this ship, stomp and shout aye! Aye! Those who oppose, whimper nay! Never was the King's Council so unified.
I love it. Of suppose whimper nay. Will I be getting the Ezio collection for Switch? I don't personally have a Switch, so I won't be getting it. But I mean, if I would have a Switch, then it would be very tempting, since You know, like being able to play it mobile would be really, really nice. Rod, hope you have a great rest of your stream, dude. You catch me again soon. No worries whatsoever, Rod. You have a good night, dude, and a good rest, hopefully. Thanks so much for coming by and for joining. And also for the raid earlier. For anybody that hasn't checked out Rod yet, highly recommend doing so. He's also a massive fan of Assassin's Creed. He's currently playing for Valhalla on the weekends, doing an archery and bow challenge, so only being able to use the bow and ranged abilities. And then during the week he's playing 3 games currently, from Witcher 3, doing his first ever playthrough of the game, to Red Dead Redemption 2, where he's doing a 100% playthrough of a checklist, to also Tomb Raider as well, where he's currently playing for the old school games. So yeah, lots of great stuff and games to catch over there. So yeah, highly recommend checking out his channel and give a follow if you haven't yet, so you can check out the future stream. And that's the voice shot. More than happy to give you a shout out, dude. We will catch you very soon, that's for sure. So I gotta stay out of combat here, so I'm gonna make sure that happens. Man, bad view from here though. With the rainbow as well going through the waterfall there. Yeah, definitely still is. I think the graphics have aged really well as well. that part is a bit tricky. The sniper over here as well. Alright, there we go. Obviously out of combat objective done, so now we can actually be detected. At least without failing full sync there. That I air assassinate the Castle, so that still has to happen. Don't worry about the man skinning a pig in the bushes there. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Jesus Christ, Airport. Go up here. Thank you. There he is.
Look alive!
I think I wanna listen to what he has to say before we kill him. If he has to say much more. We could already kill him here, but let's wait a sec.
See that the cargo is secure!
Okay, seems like it's not adding too much of importance right now. Guess we're gonna kill him the next time he comes over on this side.
See that the cargo is secure! Lively lads!
You remember the gift you gave me? Well, it answers just fine.
Fils de putain! As bold as a musket ball, and still half as sharp. Ah!
I'm sorry about this, mate. But I can't risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around.
I pity you, Boucanier. After all you have seen, after all we showed you of our order, still you embrace the life of an ignorant and aimless rogue. What's this? Is petty larceny the extent of your ambition? Have you no mind to comprehend the scope of ours? All the empires on Earth abolished, a free and open world, without parasites like you. Que l'enfer que tu trouveras soit le fruit de ton insouciance.
The cove is ours!
Oh yeah.
Hey! I just saw you were logging out, so I thought I'd stop by and give you something. A little welcome gift. We give awards to our top-notch employees for doing quality work. And they're nice to have since there's no official bonus scheme here. I already have about 11 or so. Oh. Bonjour? Of course. I'll pass it on. Well, looks like Olivier wants to meet with you. It's exciting. Follow me. It's on the top floor, so it's not hard to find. But the rest of this building can be confusing to first-timers, so we had the tools team whip up a great map application. Check your communicator. I added a waypoint to Olivier's office. Should be easy to find.
Back to a modern day Abstergo Entertainment storyline. I actually quite like the modern day in Black Flag. It's really interesting with like all the documents you can find in the computers, and there's like a lot of lore hidden behind it actually. I think it's also interesting actually being inside a Abstergo facility again.
Is this thing working? This is John from IT. We met earlier. I was calibrating your Animus. I'm sort of the Scotty of this Abstergo enterprise. In charge of all the techie stuff. Do you have a minute? Damn it. The tracker says you're on your way to Olivier's office. All right. I'll ping you when you're done. I have a favor to ask.
Ah yeah, Odo Jump from IT.
Go right in. He's waiting for you.
He's of course the modern day sage who's kind of like trying to manipulate us for his game and his plan. What is his plan? Of course his plan is to kind of like, you know, get back his memories and powers that he has had as an Isu. But also to reunite with, you know, his beloved, which is Juno. The one who's been manipulating Desmond in multiple ways. What's my view on Nolan North's character in Valhalla? Is it Desmond? It definitely is, yeah. It's been essentially confirmed as well. Like the reader, the consciousness is Desmond, or at least what's left of him. And when he interacted with a pedestal, similar to what Layla did at the end of Valhalla, his consciousness got saved in the Grey, I guess. Where also Juno has dwelt, but also Basim is as well.
You're not nervous, are you? He's a very nice guy.
And yeah, he's been kind of like going through the calculations right as a reader. And so is Layla now with him together. But there definitely is Desmond. Or at least the rest of his consciousness.
Is something wrong?
Something wrong? Yeah, Nolanov is such a great voice actor. And he does.
Where's the lamb sauce?
Come on, man.
I just need it.
This is the lamb
Where's
sauce.
the lamb
That's
sauce?
the lamb sauce. Right here, chef.
Lamb sauce
is coming up.
Yeah, maybe she can tell us about the lamb sauce.
Go on in.
And where it is. But I think Nolanov done a great job on Desmond. And it was so good hearing him in Valhalla again, also for the memos that you can find in the computer as well. I thought that was a great touch.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, let me just talk. Thank you.
Well, unless you are specifically ordering me to abandon it, I won't jeopardize our flagship project. Edward Kenway is the... But this is how Hollywood got its start, right? With pirate movies. Douglas Fairbanks, Errol Flynn, and now we have access to the real deal. Wait. Exactly. We'll talk about all that together at the shareholders event. Right. Looking forward to seeing you too. Take care, Laetitia. Salut! Hi! Thanks for coming in. I know you're busy. So I reviewed some of your data. Pretty raw stuff. Obviously, we need to scrub off some of the dirt to make it family-friendly. Maybe give Edward a voice like James Bond or something. More of a ladies' man. A beautiful city, no? So the main reason I asked you here concerns something called the Observatory. It's been mentioned a few times in the footage you found. I'd like to encourage you to focus on locating this specific set of memories as soon as possible. If it were up to me, on s'en crisse. I wouldn't bother. But some bigwigs at Abstergo Industries have been hounding me for days. So, follow whatever leads you find and hopefully we can... Oh, incoming call. I have to take this. We'll keep in touch. Bonne journée. Alan, bonjour. Oui, tout va bien. Naturellement. Pas vraiment.
So quite interesting. Abstergo Entertainment, of course, is another front for Abstergo doing like kind of memory research and trying to find, more pieces of Eden and places like the Observatory. However, a lot of the people that work for Abstergo Entertainment actually have no idea about what Abstergo actually is and what they stand for. And even Olivier, you can tell, he's more concerned about his entertainment products than he is about finding like Piece of Eden or working for the Templars.
Oui, bien sûr.
So it's really just they try to do like their own kind of thing, but they're tied to Abstergo and what they want to do.
Hi, John from IT again. You got a second? Good. I'm adding a waypoint to your map. So, a colleague of yours left for vacation this morning and forgot to send a video file she promised me. Since I hate just about everyone else on your floor, I was hoping you could help me. Could you transfer the file from her computer and deliver it to the courier when she comes? It'll be easy. You just wander over to their Animus, log in, and transfer the file. Easy. And please be snappy before I find a reason to hate you too.
Jay, that is part of what makes the system work. They're largely legitimate businesses, which creates the protective layer. They need to do the other things. Exactly. And also make sure that a lot of the information doesn't get compromised. And that the control keeps to like a small group of powerful individuals as well. Also, if a lot of these people would know what Abstergo actually stands for, it's doubtful they would continue working for them as well.
A locked door? Not a problem. That's the advantage of me having level 1 security clearance. Now, you do too. Don't abuse it. Log on and I'll walk you through this. Now, you need to bypass the core to find the data inside. Once you reach it, your communicator will download it automatically. You need to find your way around the core to reach the data inside. downloading. I set up a database for any data you find. Just look for the My Files section in your communicator, and you'll be redirected right away. Everything you download will be found in there. Protected by a firewall, of course.
December 23rd, 2012. Sample Recovery Unit Team Lead Fisher Case reporting on Subject 17, Desmond Miles. The subject was deceased and unattended. Time of death was placed around 00 hours and 7 minutes, with conditions favorable for DNA sample recovery. We had some initial concerns about interference in the vault, but given the skill and talent of this team, we were able to capture useful data. I personally retrieved the subject's backpack and extracted a number of objects of interest to undergo detailed analysis. The subject displayed burns to the right hand, severe enough to fuse the bones, indicating some kind of spontaneous, intense burn trauma. Honestly, we've never seen anything like it before. Head, neck, and torso remained in good condition. I hand-selected recovery agents to retrieve fluid samples, blood and saliva. We then commenced material extraction and were able to preserve several exemplary samples. Data analysis and sequencing is already underway, and I'm told proceeding with exceptional ease. Thanks to the cloud database and the work of Abstergo Sample Recovery Unit 3, the legacy of Subject 17 will continue uninhibited as Sample 17.
So yeah, that's what happens after the events of AC3 and the modern day, which is actually what we end our playthrough with of the entire Kenway saga, since we go in historical order, which of course mixes up the modern day a little bit, right? So in Black Flag, Desmond is dead, however in AC3 he's still gonna be alive. But yeah. So when he's kind of like attacking with a pedestal to create a protective layer around the world against the supposed apocalypse, he's also, you know, giving up his own life, essentially. And Abstergo goes to the temple and finds his body there. And that's the whole reason why you have Edward's memories in Black Flag in the first place, because Abstergo got Subject 17's body, like Desmond's, and they use that, his DNA to, you know, access any of his ancestors' memories, because they have actually advanced the Animus technology to a point where they only have to have the DNA, but not actually the descendant in the Animus to access, for example, Edward's memories. And yeah, that's how they make it available to so many people. It's kind of like the pre-stage of the Helix as well, which of course is later then used by a wide audience to access even more memories, like the ones of Annua or Evie and Jacob Fry. This is probably the saddest video to see. Yeah, seeing like Desmond and what happens to his body. Abstergo getting a hold of it. These malacas.
Oh, you're better at this than I'd hoped. Now zip on down to the lobby, come on. See, that file you acquired? I wouldn't recommend watching it. I mean, you could, but it's unpleasant. So once you hand it off, just pretend this never happened, okay? Otherwise you'll just go to bed feeling sad. Anyway, the courier should be waiting downstairs. She's been here a while. I suppose it goes without saying, just because you now know how to hack all your colleagues' computers, it doesn't mean you should. I mean, not every day, right?
This job is well below my skill level.
Yeah, well, your coffee is shit. You could use some practice.
What? No. I followed that recipe to the letter.
It's an art, Sean, not a science.
Sean and Rebecca love that they are in this game as well, even if Desmond isn't there anymore.
Oh, look who's here. So you didn't forget, after all, you're just incredibly rude and made poor Rebecca here wait for nearly 30 minutes.
You limey. Be nice. Sorry about him. He's high on his own supply. So, how should we do this? Data transfer? Great. That should do it. We'll email you the receipt. Till next time. Take care, Sean.
Bye-bye, yes, bye. And don't expect any more free coffee. Arrogant. She's great, isn't she?
Hey, I just got word the courier has come and gone. Wonderful, you're a miracle. No, that's an exaggeration. You're not a miracle. You're an employee, doing a job. But thanks for helping out. Anyway, thanks. Have fun pirating.
Have fun pirating? Well, he says it, like he couldn't care less about any of that. You know, he's just interested in his own agenda. But yeah, it's such a great voice actor, actually, for Sage.
Projet échantillon 17. Support to the second floor sample 17 project.
Sean and Bex, yeah, what a great characters there. Always love that dynamic as well. Have a way they tease each other all the time. And it's great in Valhalla, you know, how it's kind of revealed that they even get together and even expect, you know, a baby eventually as well. Yeah, they definitely belong together. But yeah guys, I think this is where we're gonna call it for today though, because it's almost dinner time over here and I want to prepare a few things for that. But yeah, it's a good place to stop. So next time we play Black Flag, we will actually do some more modern day. Because now that we have level 1 security clearance, we can actually go ahead and access some of these laptops and computers. And get even more modern day information. And yeah, after that we head back into the main game, and that will really open up more of the side activities. And yeah, really like, you know, make us able to do more of these side activities as well, and like side quests and stuff. We're kind of avoiding doing assassin contracts for now, but after get back to Edward, will definitely, like, it would make more sense to work against the Templars and with the assassins and stuff. So yeah, that's gonna happen as well, starting next time. But yeah, the next stream is gonna be Witcher 3 War. We're gonna do 1 day break of AC. Then we get back to AC on Wednesday and Friday, most likely. But yeah, Tuesday and Thursday is gonna be Witcher 3 day, which I'm also very excited to get back into. No worries, Maxi. Thanks for being here, dude, and thanks for triggering the Discord as well. If anybody wants to join Discord, you get notifications there for when I go live, but we also do movie nights every now and then. You can also find art collections over there of like wallpapers that I use for my streams and stuff. And yeah, also just for like, you know, regular discussions, and if you want to share some videos and music, more than welcome to join over there and post stuff if you like. More that you disagree with me ending. Yeah, dude, I wouldn't mind actually playing more of this, but I'm also getting quite hungry over here. So yeah, next time. But thank you so much for being here as well, Mola. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'm very much looking forward to you playing some AC1 later. In fact, for anybody who hasn't checked out Mola, I highly recommend checking out his channel. Let me just see if my shoutout function actually works or not. Very Cider, thank you also so much for being here. You take care, dude. Thanks again for the resub earlier. Cheers for 18. You have a good one. Definitely will enjoy the dinner. We're gonna be making some potato soup. Definitely nice in the like colder time right now. No worries, Grammy. Thank you also for being here. Max, you as well. Thanks for lurking and chilling in here. But yeah, definitely check out some streamers here. We have Morla. Morla's currently playing some AC1. He's doing it for first time since it came out, I think, pretty much. And his plan is to play through the whole Desmond Saga, from AC1 to 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, and 3. And yeah, get kind of like the whole experience of like the OG AC story. He's also playing community games on the weekends, usually with Goose Goose Duck. And also a big fan of Sims 4, where he's kind of like doing a time challenge, playing through the different years. Currently it's 1930s, I think. So that's kind of like limiting him to certain items and not being able to use like most electric devices and stuff. So definitely check out Mauler. Then we also have Zemexi, who's another great streamer, also a fan of Assassin's Creed 2. In fact, he's also playing AC1 currently. He's actually planning on playing through the entire series eventually. So currently starting with AC1. He's also playing some Prince of Persia currently with The Sands of Time. So definitely check out that as well if you're looking for some more platforming action. We also got our good friend Jay over here as well, another big fan of Assassin's Creed, especially Black Flag 2. He's been playing some Kingdom Hearts recently actually, so getting back into that series and not having played it for a long time either. So if you're interested in those games, check out his channel too. And also check out 418, who's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. He played for the entire series, minus Valhalla. He's planning on eventually getting into Valhalla and maybe even streaming it. But yeah, the last thing he's played for was Warcraft 3. So yeah, that's another great game to catch as well. Got a few more shoutouts to my Steve-O. We also got our good friend Demise. He's currently actually playing some Watch Dogs 2 for the first time. However, he's also doing every Saturday kind of like chill streams where he's playing GeoGuessr, Race with Ryan, which is a kind of funny game, but also some Forza Horizon 5 too. So yeah, a good variety of games to catch over that as well. Are you gonna shout out at Demise as well, Maxi? Well, thank you, dude, for remembering him as well. And that's the voice 418. More than happy to give a shout out, dude. I think that's all the shout outs I'm gonna give for today, at least. So let's go ahead and have a look who's online so we can raid out and show some support for a fellow streamer. Let's have a look. I think we're actually gonna say hi to Carnage. He's doing his Monday stream where he's actually doing a mental health hour. So he's like taking 1 hour every Monday to kind of like you know, just like have a talk with community about what's going on in everybody's life, you know, and how everybody's doing and stuff. So yeah, just feel free to kind of like join in and say hello. It's always a good vibe over there. He's also playing tons of like multiplayer games, lots of the community from Rocket League to Knockout Arena and loads of others. So great streamer and good vibes over there. So yeah, let's go ahead and start a raid for Carnage. I'm actually gonna use my stream deck for it as well. Just because it's super convenient. Nice. I gotta say, that's been like stream changing. Being able to use the stream deck for like shoutouts or like bans, timeouts, raiding, creating kind of like clips to the chat, or you know, using an ad or running an ad, I guess. I haven't done it yet, but I might do it on the next break or something. The stream deck power is going to my head. It definitely is, dude. So many options. And so many more things I can add to it as well. But yeah guys, I will catch you all next time. Thanks again so much everybody for joining. Thanks to all the resubs, all the follows today, the raids as well. really appreciate everybody tuning in and joining. And yeah, I will catch you all next time for some Witcher 3 action. White Hunt. Continue with our Deathmatch difficulty, all missions, or at least all missions we can find, playthrough. So until then, have a good rest of your day, and I catch you over at Carnage. Take care, guys.